You get the opinions here.
And opinions on the affirmative action decision vary widely. Protesters took to the streets on the night the regents voted to eliminate the 30-year-old program. They denounced the vote that put an end to race and gender-based admissions and hiring at the UC system. The news made headlines from coast to coast and was a major political victory for governor and presidential candidate Pete Wilson. Students were on summer break at the time, and today was the first chance many had to discuss the vote.
It just seems like policy has helped so many people. It's just like you just can't abandon it, you know. I think they should definitely reform it.
I thought it was a good decision because, of course, they need to do some things to help out disadvantaged students, but race isn't necessarily the best criteria, and they could use race and other indicators of people's status.
It does affect some of my friends, like coming in next year, and I know where they're coming from. It's like really hard for them to, really make the grades and stuff, and I just feel that they need the opportunity.
I think that racism does still exist, and I feel that even though I'm a Caucasian and my son is, that it's an issue that affirmative action still needs to be addressed.
Should you put the diversity first or the education? And I think that's just a tough choice for everyone.
The choice to end affirmative action for admissions to the UC system is supposed to take effect in about a year and a half at the beginning of 1997, but several activists have promised to protest the vote once school starts next week and have threatened to file a lawsuit in the case. By the way, Leslie, 29,500 students are expected to enroll here at UC Berkeley for the fall semester.
All right, Diane, thank you. California Governor Pete Wilson's stand against affirmative action followed him today on the campaign trail. Protesters from several civil rights groups demonstrated outside the Rainier Club in Seattle, where Wilson delivered a campaign speech.
Pete Wilson is a counterproductive, hateful man who's just interested in his own political and personal gain.
At a press conference inside the Rainier Club, Wilson repeated his views on why preferential treatment for minorities should be abolished.
It's racial discrimination, and it's wrong. And we've got to change it because that is what is dividing Americans.
Wilson also told the press that he was the only one of the Republican presidential hopefuls to have a track record in dealing with dismantling affirmative action programs. The state of health care in this country and the high salaries of health care executives prompted thousands of people to take a brisk protest walk this Sunday across a San Francisco tourist attraction. Their message was familiar and serious. Rob Roth has this report.
Thousands of people braved the fog, wind, and chill on the Golden Gate Bridge this morning to walk in protest. Led by the Reverend Jesse Jackson, doctors, nurses, the sick, and the worried marched to show their anger at proposed cuts in Medicare and Medicaid and to voice their disgust with a health care system they say values profit over proper medical attention.
People are being let in hospitals later. They've been pushed out earlier, and that's not right. And we as the American people deserve better, and we can do better with less money.
I just had her a year and a half ago. I got kicked out of the hospital in less than 24 hours.
I have AIDS. Lost my sight. I am so afraid of just health, just in general, winding up on the street, let alone not getting the health care.
Many of those in the march say that hospital administration is at fault for much of the troubles. They say administrators are more concerned with the bottom line than with the treatment of patients. Many healthcare workers say that to save labor costs, hospitals often use less expensive, less skilled workers to perform some of the duties of registered nurses.
Instead of focusing on cost containment, which is a big public relations coup that the healthcare industry has perpetrated on the American people, that we're to blame for using too much healthcare, we ought to be talking about care containment.
I can't give the care to my patients that I want to give.
Why not?
Because they're cutting out the help that I need, they're cutting the jobs that I do and giving it to other people that are not trained.
The problem in healthcare is that funding is being cutting, staffing is being reduced, people are getting sick, disease isn't being prevented, and people are dying unnecessarily.
Hospital administrators say they would not be in business if they didn't care about patients. They say the California Nurses Association is really concerned about a labor issue, keeping their current jobs.
jobs staying in hospitals like they always have been. Unfortunately, the jobs aren't always in a hospital. They're in healthcare, but they're in community clinics, they're in outpatient settings, they're in ambulatory settings, they're working with patients and helping them get the right access to healthcare. That's where the jobs are, and that's where the nurses should be.
But administrators and marchers both share their concern over proposed cuts in Medicaid and for the millions of people in the United States who have little or no health care insurance.
That's a concern. If I get ill, I'm wondering what I can do, to get some kind of, help.
The people in this march say they hope to create so much political pressure that health care reform becomes the #1 hot-button issue in next year's presidential campaign. On the Golden Gate Bridge, Rob Roth for the 10 o'clock news.
Controversy still swirls tonight around former heavyweight champion Mike Tyson's return to the boxing ring last night in Las Vegas. The Nevada Boxing Commission is holding on to the $180,000 purse of Vinny Vecchione, the manager of Tyson challenger Peter McNeely. Vecchione stepped into the ring and he stopped that fight with only 89 seconds gone in the first round. Tyson had already knocked McNeely down twice, but many in the audience said that McNeely did not appear hurt. Vecchione, who has a brain-damaged son, said he did not want McNeely to get seriously injured, and last night, McNeely backed his manager.
Made a decision at that point, which I stand behind, because they love me and I love them.
Another controversy developed outside the fight where about 20 members from the National Organization for Women protested. They said that they were not protesting Tyson, who was convicted of rape in 1992, but rather they wanted to draw attention to the abuse of women everywhere. They also criticized a culture that would pay a man $25 million to fight so soon after he got out of prison following a rape conviction. The case of the People versus O.J. Simpson could turn on a decision that Judge Lance Ito is expected to make this week. Judge Ito is deciding whether to admit a series of audio tapes in which former Los Angeles detective Mark Furman makes racist remarks. Jim Hill has more on Judge Ito's crucial decision in this report from Los Angeles.
Judge Lance Ito and his wife, Police Captain Peggy York, said nothing about the trial as they attended a weekend police function. But this week, the judge is expected to rule on the admissibility of audio tapes of former Detective Mark Furman. In conversations with a screenwriter, Furman uses racial slurs and says police manufactured evidence to frame suspects, even reportedly bragging, "We could have murdered people." The defense wants to use the tapes to show Furman could have planted a bloody glove to frame O.J. Simpson.
This is about credibility. It's not about playing any race card. It's about, if any card, it's a perjury card. It's a witness who gets on the stand and says, I have never used a derisive name toward African Americans in the last 10 years. It's about having a tape that shows that 30 times he has done that.
Legal experts say at least some of the tapes are almost certain to come in as evidence.
These tapes are potentially decisive. The jury, once it concludes that Mark Furman committed perjury because of these tapes, can then discard everything that Mark Furman said. It also casts a cloud of suspicion over all of the police witnesses.
The Los Angeles Police Department is hoping to get copies of the tapes this week and investigate Furman's statements. But Chief Willie Williams is convinced the tapes do not show widespread problems.
So I think the defense has used the media to make Mr. Furman bigger than life, but we're going to deal with any issue, whether it's Mark Furman and what he may or may not have said or any other employee.
Chief Williams has yet to hear the tapes or read the transcripts, which are under court seal. The defense says it has notified Furman he must appear for further testimony. But Simpson attorney F. Lee Bailey, who cross-examined Furman several months ago, says he may not get another chance.
If he gets a real lawyer who understands criminal law, they'll never let him take the stand, and if he does take the stand, they'll never let him complete his cross-examination.
Furman recently retired from the police department and is living in Idaho. Jim Hill, Los Angeles.
And straight ahead on tonight's 10 o'clock news, why the deaths of 3 U.S. diplomats in Bosnia could hinder hopes for peace in that troubled land.
Secret? Nobody. Victoria's Secret cotton underwear. Nothing sexier. Victoria's Secret for every day and every night.
So-called Dr. Death, Jack Kevorkian, attended his 25th suicide today. The body of a 46-year-old woman suffering from multiple sclerosis was found in her car at a suburban Detroit hospital. A Michigan medical examiner says she died from carbon monoxide poisoning. In letters left behind, the woman wrote the disease had left her body dead for the last 14 months. Kevorkian has been assisting in suicide since 1990.
This is the time of year many children, well, they kind of dread it, getting ready to go back to school. And of course, back to school is more than just new clothes or new books. For many of the children, it also means getting immunized. On the Health Beat today, parents find it unpleasant. For children, it can be painful, but it's also very important.
Okay, now you be really brave, okay?
This is not a day Ryan Davila has been looking forward to. The Hayward youngster has to get several vaccinations before school starts. California law requires all children to be vaccinated before going to school or to family daycare. That means being immunized against 9 diseases: measles, mumps, rubella, whooping cough, diphtheria, tetanus, hepatitis B, polio, and Haemophilus influenza type B. In the San Francisco region, which includes all of the East Bay and the Santa Clara region, only around 62% of children under the age of 2 are fully immunized.
There are always 101 reasons why not to immunize your child. It may be too expensive, it may be cumbersome, it may be time-consuming. Obviously, the children are not big fans of getting the shots. All these are good reasons not to get them, but really none of them outweigh the most important reason, which is the health of your child.
For Ryan's mother, the big reason was cost.
Well, for me being a single parent, it's important for me because I don't make enough money to be able to afford. They're usually like $60 or more per shot.
Most counties are now offering free or low-cost vaccinations for children. It's cost-effective. Studies show every dollar spent on immunizations saves between $10 and $14 on future health care costs. It makes good health care sense. Unfortunately, though, it doesn't make the vaccinations any less painful.
It really could. Okay, it's all over. There you go.
Well, if you'd like to find out where you can get free or low-cost immunizations, we have a number you can call. It's a toll-free number. For English speakers, it's 1-800-232-2522. For Spanish speakers, it's 1-800-232-0233. And still to come on News Center 4 at 5 o'clock, back-to-school fashion.
When summer vacation's over for the students in your household, what?
Microsoft today finally settled a long-running legal battle with the Justice Department after a federal judge rubber-stamped the order. Earlier this year, another federal judge refused to approve the antitrust settlement, accusing the government of dropping the ball and letting Microsoft off easy. It does not, however, affect another antitrust investigation into Microsoft and its Windows 95 program that's due to be released this Thursday.
Now to a much talked about chip. A tiny device generating a lot of controversy, and a Silicon Valley company is jumping face first into the fray. High-tech business reporter Jim Goldman is standing by at our San Jose News Center now with more on the V-chip. Jim?
Oh, good evening, Suzanne. You know, the company that pioneered the closed captioning technology is now setting its sights on that V-chip. That's a device that'll help parents block out any violent or potentially sexually explicit material from their TVs at home. Some say the chip contributes to censorship, while others say it brings choice back to the home. This little chip will likely change the way we all watch television.
As you may know, captioning is available on all TVs and channels today. And so this is the violence control, or the user rating would just be an extension of that.
This version of the so-called V-chip from Zilog and Campbell will let consumers program their TVs, actually decide what shows the TV can receive. If a new rating scale for TV programs is mandated by Congress, as many expect, kids, as an example, may only be able to watch shows programmed into their sets by their parents.
The user ratings would be part of the closed captioning information that's brought down on line 21.
Line 21 is tech industry talk for the signal that sends closed captioning to the TV screen. A TV show's rating may also be sent on the same signal, and using icons and on-screen menus, you'll be able to program your set.
Of course, all of these get embroiled in controversy to some degree.
Insiders like this analyst from DataQuest say even though the chip is generating some controversy, it'll mean big business for Zilog.
It's a subject of much political debate, and Congress has a good bone to pick. And here again, Silicon Valley is in a good position to provide the bone, I guess, or certainly provide the solution or the way out.
Well, experts say that Congress should hammer out all the details surrounding the V-chip over the next several weeks. Also, keep in mind that Zilog expects this single product to bring in at least $50 million in new revenue to that company, and those chips cost only $4 to $6 a piece. So this is a serious amount of chips that Zilog expects to sell. Suzanne, back to you.
Boy, I'll say. All right, thank you. Jim Goldman reporting live from our San Jose bureau.
Actor Tony Danza faces possible robbery.
And to see the doctor. So have you run out of options? Not necessarily. Dr. Nancy Snyderman is on call right now with details. Nancy.
Kate, in this instance, the details have to do with a very, very common medication that until now you could only get from your doctor. We're talking about Tagamet, the most widely prescribed medication in the treatment of ulcers. It acts by decreasing stomach acid, blocks its production. The FDA has deemed this medication safe enough for over-the-counter use. The dosage is less than the prescription form. It's 800 milligrams if you get Tagamet from your doctor, 200 milligrams for the over-the-counter stuff. Well, this may be the approach for you if you know that you have a problem with increased stomach acid and the other simpler remedies just aren't doing the trick. So, why are you finding Tagamet on the over-the-counter list now? Sheer economics. The patent rights that pharmaceutical companies hold run out over time. So there's money to be made by cornering the prescription market and the over-the-counter markets early, even before other companies come out with their own brands and before the generics find their way to the market. So this really allows the makers of Tagamet to get in their preemptive strike and get you, the customer, comfortable with the idea of buying your Tagamet at your local drugstore. Now, the bottom line is it's a good medication, prescribed to millions of people worldwide. It's safe and effective. This is not a rash move, Kate. The FDA, as you know, and sometimes drag things out for a long, long time. I think this is a good move.
What about side effects?
Overall, it's a very, very safe medication. The only real side effect of note for men who take it a long, 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 long time is you can get something called gynecomastia, which is really an increase in breast tissue. It's a rare one, but nonetheless, if you're on it for a long time, you should talk to your doctor.
So if you got this from your doctor, it'd be 800 milligrams, and when you buy it over the counter, it's 200. What keeps you from just taking 4 pills and saying, I'm never going to go see my doctor?
Now, if you read the labels correctly and closely, the over-the-counter stuff is going to say, look, take 1 or 2. It's going to recommend that you take a smaller dose. But check with your doctor to make sure you have the right diagnosis. And some people just feel more comfortable checking with their doctor and being under a doctor's care. And there's a long history of now these prescription medications becoming over the market, and I think you're going to start to see this more and more and more as the years go on.
All right, thanks very much, Nancy.
You bet, Kate.
Oh, the things we do to take care of our homes. A family
apology from ABC News in settlement of a multi-billion-dollar libel suit. Correspondent Wyatt Andrews has our report.
We apologize to our audience, Philip Morris and Reynolds.
As apologies from news divisions go, this was a stunner. Last year, ABC News charged that tobacco giants Philip Morris and R.J. Reynolds spiked their cigarettes with nicotine, implying that extra nicotine was being added.
They're fortifying the product with nicotine, is that correct?
The waste filler, yes, they are.
But now, on several broadcasts, ABC is admitting that the charge of spiking was wrong.
That was a mistake that was not deliberate on the part of ABC, but for which we accept responsibility and which requires correction.
Well, we're pleased to accept the apology.
And today, the companies claimed they had won.
We do not add nicotine in our processes. We do not spike our cigarettes with nicotine.
Maybe not, but there are word games being played. While the big companies don't technically spike cigarettes with nicotine, they do admit that when tobacco is blended, nicotine levels can be altered. They may not be pouring nicotine on, but they can raise or lower the amount at will.
I would characterize it as a dangerous corporate sellout.
John Cole, a lawyer suing Big Tobacco over the use of nicotine, worries that the ABC apology may give the tobacco lobby new ammunition as the industry tries to stop proposed restrictions on advertising aimed at minors.
It will be used by pro-tobacco forces on Capitol Hill. They will say in their speeches that the tobacco industry was not doing what everybody said, and this is the proof.
Other anti-smoking advocates, though, think the tobacco companies, despite the apology, are still on the defensive.
Philip Morris, R.J. Reynolds, and the other companies knew how to manipulate the levels of nicotine and did it precisely. Therefore, the apology is irrelevant.
Within ABC News, there remains a strong feeling that the investigation was solid and that the case was winnable in court, but that this time, big corporate tobacco took on big corporate journalism, and journalism blinked. Wyatt Andrews, CBS News, Washington.
It's hard to find anyone in Oklahoma City whose life wasn't touched when the bomb
Hey. 2 men have been arrested on 24 felony pimping and pandering charges. A third man is being sought. Police say the 3 suspects were running several different escort services that turned out to be fronts for prostitution.
The homeless man who allegedly went on a shooting spree in Golden Gate Park over the weekend made a court of...
Children are confiding in counselor Ken Gladstone at a camp where kids with HIV and AIDS and their families find safe haven for just 1 week out of the entire year. Back home, they have to keep their disease a secret.
Sometimes it hurts, and little kids might run away from me if I tell them I have AIDS.
Because I think they won't play with me anymore. Because they talk about it like in a mean way.
One kid was really mean about it, and so it hurt.
It's a terrible secret for these kids to carry. It's really, really hard, and yet they're so fearful of someone finding out.
And then they'll get you and tear you apart.
They're gonna tear you apart? Where do they tear you apart? Where do you feel yourself being torn apart?
They make my heart tear apart and everything.
It's hard to keep a secret.
Intolerance and fear isolate these children just when they need the love and support of their community the most. And they find that support at Camp Sunburst.
So they come here, and of course everything's out in the open, and we can laugh and we can cry and we can, hug and kiss and all those things, and we can talk about it.
Did you guys talk before about HIV?
Yeah.
Yeah? What do you have to say about that?
Well, I want to say that it's okay.
Not every camper with HIV or AIDS has had to keep the big secret in their hometown. 13-year-old Melissa Milne told her classmates in Contra Costa County after school officials agreed to support her and boost AIDS education.
And so what happened when you told your friends?
They were like all sad.
Really?
Yeah, because they were educated.
Yeah. And why were they sad?
Well, because they didn't want to see me die at all.
Yeah.
One of the boys said, "Are you going to die?" And I said, "No." He says, "Good, I don't want you to die."
Missy is one of Sunburst's longtime campers, and she's among the growing number of teenagers living with HIV. Up until recently, children with AIDS were not expected to survive past the age of 12, but their lifespans are increasing, and so are their expectations. This summer, several teen campers were appointed junior counselors.
3, 4, 5. I decided to come back and help kids that are dealing with what I am.
And now she's a teenager, and she wants to be the one to put the kids down to bed, but also be there to be able to write songs. So we're trying to find a balance with that.
Jay is teaching the younger kids to swim, a sport in which he excels. In fact, he was on his school swim team. That is, until
3 years ago, I was kicked off the team because the parents didn't want me to have an HIV person on their team. And I was told I had HIV 3 years ago, and I meant it was 2 years ago when it happened. And they said if I stayed, they would take some of their kids off, and I didn't want to put my coach through that situation.
Jay kept his emotions in check back home in Georgia, but Camp Sunburst changed all that.
I just let my emotions out. I don't care if I'm a guy. All guys cry.
When young people begin to let go of a lot of that anxiety that they have around not being pent up and not being able to share a lot of feelings, that alleviates some of that tension. And as a result, they begin to feel more at ease.
And now that children with HIV are living longer lives, these kids look forward to the future with hope and healthy ambition.
I would like to come and work with Camp Sunburst when I get out of high school. Maybe go to college here.
I'm probably going to end up becoming a daycare or a foster parent.
Like your parents?
Yeah, because I love taking care of kids.
What sorts of things do you want to do?
Be an anchor.
News anchor?
Yeah.
Uh-oh, I better move over, huh? Yep, Missy's off to a good start. Many of the kids have ambitious plans to be teachers, nurses. One wants to be a minister. Now, if you would like to help support Camp Sunburst, the Taylor Family Foundation is throwing a gala benefit. It's called A Day in the Park this coming Sunday, and I'll be there along with sports stars, including Niners quarterback Steve Young, Brent Jones, Tony La Russa, Dennis Eckersley. If you'd like information on the event, you can call the number on your screen. It's 510-937-7947. Also, if you'd like more information about Camp Sunburst and other groups in your community that you could volunteer for, if you want to find out about AIDS services in your county, you can call our 7 on Your Side hotline right now. There's the number on your screen, 1-800-546-7177. That line will be open until 7:30, and it's a health information resource list that they will be giving information to you, and multi-page county by county, so it's very useful information. And tomorrow night we're going to show you the creative ways the kids at Camp Sunburst deal with their grief.
But it's only 1 week a year.
1 week a year, that's all they can afford.
How many kids?
35 kids, that is it. And they're in California alone, there are more than 300 children, so there's a huge need.
Right. But because of you, the stories you've run, and our viewers' response, they've managed to extend the camp this year,
Viewers'
correct?
response last year enabled the camp to have 2 camps this year, so it's phenomenal.
Oh, wonderful. Great work, Cheryl. Thanks.
Some medical news now. The Food and Drug Administration has approved an amazing new surgical procedure for repairing sports injuries. In this operation, a small slice of undamaged cartilage is removed and placed in a petri dish. Within 2 to 3 weeks, healthy new cells are grown, harvested, and then transplanted back into the injured joint, the knee, the elbow.
Because it is a biological resurfacing, we are hopeful and optimistic that for a select group of people, it's going to be very helpful.
I look at it, it's just another breakthrough in medicine, and that if this could help me along with many other people, I think it's great.
Vicki Ravenna will become one of the nation's first cartilage transplant patients when she undergoes the procedure next week.
Critics of our medical system say it's becoming a bottom-line business. They point to a controversial new report which says mammograms may not be worth the cost. But as Dr. Dina Dell reports, the recommendations may not add up to good health care.
Okay, go ahead and breathe.
First, cost cutters said mammograms weren't justified in women under 50, but not everyone agreed.
If you're that one person that they find the cancer in and can save your life, believe me, you'll pay anything you can.
Jane Perry was 39 when a routine mammogram caught her breast cancer, yet you've all heard the studies that show mammograms in women her age aren't cost-effective and shouldn't be done.
I know that sounds harsh, but get ready for a new report which goes a lot further. Canadian researchers turned their cost-benefit calculators on mammograms in general. They wanted to know how much money it costs to save one life by paying for mammography in women over 50.
First, they found up to 15% of mammograms actually missed cancer in women who had cancer. Overall, 5% of all mammograms were positive or suspicious. Almost all of these women were subjected to a biopsy and a lot of anxiety, but 9 out of 10 times the biopsy came back negative, so the mammogram was a false positive. And when researchers added all this up, they found the average annual cost per life saved was $1.2 million. After weighing the benefits, harm, and costs, they came up with a chilling conclusion. Public funding for breast cancer screening in any age group is not justifiable. Most would disagree.
It's really the only effective tool we have right now in the battle against breast cancer. We don't know what causes the disease. It's not preventable. Treatment we know is far more effective when the disease is discovered early, and there's only one way to discover it early, and that's with a mammogram.
Even if in the future you may be paying for it yourself. I'm Dr. Dean Adele.
Coming up, the long-awaited Windows 95
are now reserved only for the state.
I don't know how anyone can object to the idea that in fact you'd give the locals the option, the local board of supervisors, the option of imposing this particular tax for general fund purpose. It seems a benign place in which to go.
This epitomizes local control. If a jurisdiction doesn't want to impose a tax on tobacco, they don't need a tax on tobacco, they don't have to do it.
A tax of 25 cents a pack on cigarettes could generate more than $400 million a year statewide.
Turning to business news now, what is being hyped as one of the biggest computer events of the decade will occur on Thursday when Microsoft unveils its new operating system software, Windows 95. But it may not be for everyone. Windows 95 will enable PC users to add new features without complicated setup procedures. But software experts are warning you may need to upgrade your entire computer system in order to use it.
If you don't have enough memory for your Windows 95 applications, it's going to seem like forever before the applications show up on the screen. When they do, you're going to be disappointed because they're going to run slowly and you're going to lose some of the graphics performance.
16 megabytes of memory is what you should have, and depending on the age of your computer, it could cost up to $500 to add that much additional memory. We apparently have not been eating enough cornflakes. The Kellogg cereal company says it may have to cut 1,000 jobs.
Crazy. They're dressed to the nines as drag queens in their new movie To Wong Fu, Thanks for Everything, Julie Newmar. Snipes says hiding his manhood was pretty painful.
All my little friendlies were just all squished together, nice and cozy, and everybody was screaming bloody murder.
Snipes jokes that he wasn't the most beautiful of the drag queens. He gives that honor to co-star John Leguizamo. Leaving L.A. is what the singer formerly known as Prince is doing. A spokesperson says the star is getting rid of his Beverly Hills digs and the Glam Slam nightclub and moving back permanently to his hometown of Minneapolis. The ex-Prince is said to be happier, healthier, and more creative when surrounded by positive Midwestern influences. It's torture for Beverly Hills 90210 star Brian Austin Green to watch his real-life love and co-star Tiffany Amber Thiessen play romantic scenes. In next week's issue of TV Guide, Green does...
In television, what ABC did essentially last night was print a correction. They did print it during Monday Night Football, and as a result it became...
And they're going to do it.
And they will do it again on
Thursday
Thursday night.
time, yeah.
But it points up a difference, and some of the libel lawyers have also been saying that in some ways, it's a healthy thing for a news organization to be willing to step forward and say, you know, we're sorry that what we did in this one element of this report was wrong. I think what's dangerous here is that ABC's admission is tied to the settlement of a $10 billion lawsuit, so that the connection is inescapable. If you want to stay out of this sort of very large trouble and this form of messy litigation, you better be careful the next time you go out and do a strong investigative piece.
Do you have any sense of what it meant in its apology when it says that the report speaks for themselves on the issues and we're prepared to have the issue resolved elsewhere?
I assume that's a reference to the fact that there's now a debate in Congress and in Washington about the role of the FDA in policing nicotine and treating nicotine as a drug.
Well, what in fact does this do to the FDA? Because I understand that it was resting a lot of its press for regulation of the tobacco industry on these reports. Does this hurt them significantly in trying to get cigarettes as a drug, tobacco regulated as a drug?
I don't think so. I think that really speaks to, you know, the way Philip Morris wants the public relations effort that they've tried to get out of this. But the reality is that the FDA has conducted its own investigation, and there have been these subsequent revelations in other news reports. And the FDA's determination does not require, in any case, a finding that there's more nicotine in there than more nicotine in cigarettes than there were in the natural tobacco leaf. It merely requires a finding that tobacco in cigarettes and nicotine in cigarettes is intended to affect the structure and function of the body. And that would be enough, according to the FDA, although the tobacco industry very much disputes that. That would be enough to trigger a determination that this was a drug.
All right, well, Benjamin Wittes and Mark Landler in New York, thank you both for helping us understand this case.
Thank you.
Finally tonight, essayist Ann Taylor Fleming talks about what she saw on her summer vacation.
On the plane, coming home from a splendid, culture-rich, food-filled couple of weeks in France and Italy, I read the following snippet in USA Today. For many Americans, vacation is no vacation. We become a nation of paranoid control freaks, the piece seemed to be saying, frantic about letting go and getting away from it all. 60% of the people surveyed said vacationing took second place to their concerns about work, even as they were wandering through our national parks. And many hadn't taken any vacation at all. So fearful were they of being away from the office, losing ground, being out of step, out of sight, out of mind, out of a job. Now, after 2 weeks of 2-hour lunches in bistros and trattorias, long intent hours in museums and churches, and of course the requisite afternoon nap before the late, long, languorous dinner, here I was heading straight back into the arms of my country of the driven and the paranoid, my numbers-crunching, briefcase-wielding, cellular phone-toting, fame, money, and success-obsessed fellow citizens, all of them wired up and wired in. No wonder caffeine is our drug of the 90s. Every urban American corner now sports a coffee place. And we're not talking sun-splashed European cafes where people idle over newspapers and espressos. We're talking stand-up pit stops for people in need of refueling. The truth is, despite my European idol, I am as hopelessly American as I ever was. Over the years, in my chosen role as commentator, I have picked at our wounds, diagnosed our ailments and inequities, and poked fun at our foibles and excesses. But from far away, I couldn't help but look back with a tender, even prideful eye at the noisy, messy, roiling, toiling, ugly, and beautiful symbol of hope to so many that I call home. Perhaps that's not unusual when Americans travel abroad, but what seems to have changed over the past several years are the feelings many Europeans have for this country, due, I think, to the end of the Cold War. Despite the sort of old-world, cynical ennui towards the bloated, McDonaldized world they perceive to be America, many Europeans have a clear, if grudging, respect for that unexpected, quiet victory. There are no graveyards to visit, no war sites to pay homage to, just the buoyant smog of American culture hanging over the European continent that signals our victory. They play our songs and go to our movies and watch our dubbed sitcoms play on their TV sets, despite the fact that some of their governments clearly resent our cultural invasion. People even seem to be much more amusedly tolerant of our efforts to speak their languages. And increasingly, the issues we so publicly wrestle with, race, homelessness, violence, immigration, are their issues too, most visibly in France. There are beggars outside the Louvre and Notre Dame, and certainly around the subway stations. Their hunger and dispossession palpable. In short, if America has caught up with the old world in the increasing sophistication of our food and culture, then that old world has caught up with us. Which certainly is not to gloat. It's just the recognition of how things are changing, even in a seemingly changeless place like Europe, and how being there dazzled me anew. The beauty, the pace, the difference, while also making me feel hopelessly, joyfully part of my own country, its warts and all. I'm Ann Taylor Fleming.
Again, the major stories of this Tuesday.
Two are 1904 and 1879. And there are war bonds, over 50 years old, now worth $5,000 apiece.
These kids were so organized that they even got a calculator to figure out how much money each one of them would get. The equal take for each kid came out to $2,780. What were you going to do with it?
Spend it.
Yeah. What did you want to buy?
Clothes. I bought a lot of stuff.
They did spend some of the money on clothes and cheap toys. And then their conscience began to kick in. Conscience and a bit of fear.
We would have gotten in more trouble if it would have came out later and us coming home with a whole bunch of stuff that we just bought and everything.
Yeah.
Terry Winfrey says her son has learned a valuable lesson.
If you do something wrong, take responsibility for what you've done. And if it gets you a little heat, in the end, it's going to be better that you were honest and you can end up feeling better about it.
I learned not to go in an abandoned house because you never know what's in there. There might be like a dead body or something. You never know.
Relatives of the deceased woman have been found. They will get the money and the house. Meantime, police will not prosecute the kids, but it doesn't mean the kids are off the hook. They've all been grounded. In Castro Valley, Marty Gonzalez, Channel 7 News.
Boy.
What did you do on your summer vacation?
I got grounded.
Yeah, that's a great story.
Found a big bag of money.
Nice job, Marty.
That is Channel 7 News at 6. For Richard Brown, Brian Hackney, Pete Giddings, and Martin White, I'm Carolyn Joe.
We had a little bit of a technical glitch with our 7 on Your Side hotline earlier, so we want to give you 7177. Those lines are going to be open till 7:30. Terrell and I'll be back here at 11 o'clock. Good night, everybody.
Snows of Valley Forge to the hot sands of the Persian Gulf. He's one of those great American heroes who in every generation have fought and risked their lives to preserve the cherished freedom symbolized by Lady Liberty. At the base of America's favorite monument are carved the wonderful words of the poet Emma Lazarus, expressing America's compassion and implying America's promise. The words are wonderful. They say, "Give us your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free." The words imply a promise to refresh the tired, to release the poor from the bonds of poverty, and to empower the huddled masses to stand tall without fear in this new land protected by the rule of law. But today's reality, whether for new citizens or for the native born, falls far short of the promise. The tired have escaped foreign tyrants only to suffer the oppression of federal tyrants. My friends, you will never still this voice, try as you may. Some people are afraid to let the truth be told. Too many of the poor have simply traded poverty for welfare dependency. The huddled masses still yearn to breathe free. Instead, they are imprisoned by the fear of violent crime and take refuge behind barred windows in this land, where the rule of law is a fine phrase, but not a fact. America in 1995 is failing to honor Lady Liberty's great promise. That promise has attracted many newcomers to this land. Among the many who sought it at the turn of the century was a rosy-cheeked 16-year-old from County Kerry. Her name was Kate Barton, and she risked all seeking a new life. But the life she found wasn't easy. The man she married, Mike Callahan, another young Irish immigrant and a Chicago police officer, was killed in the line of duty, gunned down by drug-dealing thugs. Left alone, Kate cleaned hotel rooms and cared as best she could for her baby daughter, Peg, who grew up to be my mother. Like millions of Americans, she toiled and sacrificed in the hope that her child and her child's children would have better lives. And we have. I've been privileged to live the American dream because my grandmother, Kate Barton Callahan, refused to ever give up her belief in that dream. And because my mother, Peg, and my dad, Jim Wilson, gave me the values and role models and the love, guidance, and discipline to pursue my own dreams. The values that guided them, and millions like them, are alive and well, maybe not in the halls of government, but in the homes of America. As long as those values thrive, so will America. And yet, as we approach a new century, the values that guided us for 200 years are suddenly under siege, and so is America. American optimism is being undermined by a federal government that is out of step, out of touch, out of control. It gives lip service to our values, but doesn't seem to share them, and clearly doesn't fight for them. There's nothing wrong with America that Americans cannot fix. Ronald Reagan was right America's best days lie ahead. But only if we make it work again. Americans deserve a leader who shares their core beliefs that guide me each day. We must work hard and reward individual merit. We must hold individuals personally responsible for their actions. We must shrink the size and cost and intrusiveness of government to expand individual opportunity and individual freedom. And we must honor and preserve the most important institution in America, the very foundation of a civilized society, the American family. To keep faith with these Americans, the people who work hard, pay their taxes, and raise their children to obey the law, and to make real again for them the promise of a fair, just, and prosperous America, I am seeking the presidency of the United States. The American people are impatient with promises from Washington. They want performance. And they're right to be skeptical. Bill Clinton told us he would, quote, end welfare as we know it. Well, he's been president now for almost 1,000 days, 3/4 of it with heavy Democratic majorities in Congress. How far has he gotten? He spent $33 billion of the taxpayers' money on welfare as we know it. During his presidency, nearly 1 million more people have enrolled in welfare as we know it. And today, 600,000 more children are living on welfare as we know it. But Bill Clinton hasn't changed one word of federal law to end welfare as we know it. Not one. He's not ending welfare as we know it. He's extending welfare, and he knows it. In California, we've cut welfare checks 20%, saved taxpayers $9 billion, and doubled the number of Californians who have traded welfare for work. As governor, I've refused to reward women who have more and more children out of wedlock while on welfare. I've insisted that unwed pregnant teenagers not move out but live at home with their parents and go back to school to learn the skills that will permit them to escape from welfare. But President Clinton is actually blocking further reform. He has delayed one welfare reform in my state for over a year at a cost to taxpayers of nearly $3 million per week. Governors who have the good sense to reform welfare shouldn't have to go to Washington and kiss some bureaucrat's ring in order to get approval. I lead a proud and sovereign state. It is not a colony of the federal government. I shake my head at the debate going on in Washington. They argue about whether they can balance the federal budget in 7 years or 10. California is the 7th largest economy in the world, and I balance my state's budget in 1 year, and I do it every year. If Washington had made the same spending cuts, as we have in California during the past 4 years, we'd now have a federal budget surplus, not a $200 billion deficit. My friends, if we can cut spending that way in America's largest state, why can't Bill Clinton do it in Washington, D.C.? He can't balance our budget. He can't even secure our borders. And if we can't control our own borders, how on earth can we call ourselves a sovereign nation? Maybe that's why these folks are here, because I am the Republican whom this Clinton White House fears the most. Millions of newcomers from every corner of the globe have come to America through this harbor. They did it the right way. They played by the rules. They waited their turn, and they obeyed the law. That is the American way. But each day, thousands of people are violating our borders and our laws. Let's get it straight. There's a right way to come to America and a wrong way. Illegal immigration is not the American way. We teach our children to respect the law, but nearly 4 million illegal immigrants in our country break it every day. And Washington actually rewards these lawbreakers by forcing states to give them benefits paid for by the taxpayers. That's like giving free room service to someone who breaks into a hotel. As president, I won't pretend to secure our borders. I'll do it. As president, I'll ensure that America has a foreign policy. And it will clearly define legitimate U.S. interests so that both friend and foe will know, because they must know where we stand. We will not make false threats to further squander our hard-won credibility. Peace through strength is not just a catchy slogan. It is a wise prescription. Too many young Americans have died needlessly in the past because our weakness invited attack. And America, strong in resolve and strong in force of arms, brought down the Berlin Wall and Soviet communism without firing a shot. We must restore a foreign policy of clear and consistent strength to replace Bill Clinton's waffling and his rattling of rubber sabers. And at home, I'll lead the national defense we need against the brutality of violent crime. I refuse to accept that Americans have risked their lives to secure freedom abroad, only to lose their freedom to the tyranny of crime at home. President Clinton has waved the white flag in the war on drugs. Endless appeals threaten to make the leading cause of death, make old age the leading cause of death on death row. Liberal judges are releasing dangerous criminals onto our streets to avoid jail overcrowding. As president, I will appoint judges who know that it's better to have thugs overcrowding our jails than overcrowding your neighborhood. In California, I've changed the law to hold vicious teenage predators accountable for their actions. If a 14-year-old punk does adult crime, he will do adult time. But just as we hold individuals accountable, so must we reward them based upon individual merit. In America, the only limits on an individual's God-given gifts should be those imposed by his ability, his energy, his ambition. Faith in America's fairness has made us one people from many lands. We must restore fairness to enjoy again the national purpose and patriotism, that sense of community that made America great and a place of hope and optimism. But let's be honest. Today, affirmative action preferences are quotas based on race and gender. They are inescapably unfair, and they are undermining a fundamental American dream. That's why I've acted to end them in California, and a Wilson presidency will end them in America. That's why I've raised these basic issues of fairness and responsibility now. And now, you'll begin hearing the other candidates talk about these same issues. And that's fine. But there is an important difference here. The difference between the others and me is clear. They promise, as governor, I've delivered. They talk. As governor, I've acted. They delay. As governor, I've decided. The answer, my friends, isn't someone who blows in the wind. It isn't someone who puts off the tough calls to some time in the more convenient future. I believe America wants a leader with the courage of his convictions right now. I was the first governor in America to sign into law the 3 strikes and you're out provision to turn career criminals into career inmates. I've led, go ahead anytime you have that impulse, let it out. I've led what has become a national movement demanding an end to illegal immigration. I'm the first chief executive in the nation to begin dismantling unfair racial and gender preferences. And the welfare reform...
California Governor Pete Wilson making the formal declaration for the Republican presidential nomination in a speech in front of the Statue of Liberty, heavy with references to his opposition to illegal immigration, his advocacy of welfare reform, states' rights, crime control, and his opposition to affirmative action. He now leaves for, you guessed it, New Hampshire to make the same kind of speech there. Pete Wilson.
Second set of bloody shoe prints leading away from the bodies almost certainly did not come from police or others traipsing through the crime scene long after the murders.
I don't think these 2 officers deposited those shoe prints.
Outside court, Simpson's lawyers were talking about the Furman tapes and the possibility that Detective Mark Furman, who could be charged with perjury, might refuse to testify about his use of racial slurs.
He's got a good lawyer now, and a good lawyer would tell him he probably should take the 5th. I don't need him. We have the tapes.
Tomorrow, what could be a key ruling on the Furman tapes. Do they come in? And if so, how much of the detective spewing racial hatred and talking of planting evidence does the jury get to hear? David Bloom, NBC News, Los Angeles.
And when we come back, NBC News in depth, another side of the Simpson story, O.J. the industry.
He's probably earned into
years as mayor of San Diego and served as well in the U.S. Senate. One of Wilson's big issues, his tough stand against illegal immigration. And with the Statue of Liberty as his backdrop, he talked about that today.
We teach our children to respect the law. but nearly 4 million illegal immigrants in our country break it every day. And Washington actually rewards these lawbreakers by forcing states to give them benefits paid for by the taxpayers.
From New York, Pete Wilson now leaves on a 5-day nationwide campaign kickoff tour. When we come back, NBC News in depth tonight, the Simpson trial and the profit motive.
There's already spent $10 to $20 million buying them. First, the paperbacks, whipped out only 2 weeks after the murders. O.J. Simpson, American Hero, American Tragedy, quickly sold 500,000 copies. But the quickie books were soon eclipsed by weightier reads. The first blockbuster, Faye Resnick's Tell-All.
I'm sure it's sold almost 1 million copies right now, so she's made a bundle off of that book.
Then there are books about Clark and Cochran and their personal lives.
A lot of people have gotten rich. A lot of publishers have gotten rich.
But no one got rich on that book about Cato. 850,000 printed, only a few 100,000 sold. By contrast, O.J.'s Legal Pad, a bestseller, 15 weeks on the New York Times list. A whimsical answer for those who wonder what the defendant jots down in court all day. As for all those excused jurors, Michael Knox has a book. Tracy Kennedy has one coming out next week. And others have dreams.
At this time, I'm working on a book.
Who isn't? Is nothing sacred? Doesn't anyone have writer's block?
Wait. There are very, very strong rumors that someone claiming to be an attorney representing Judge Ito's literary interests is shopping around a very large book deal for him.
Judge Ito's spokesperson denies it, 100% untrue. It's hard to tell in advance what will sell, but it's clear. Anyone remotely connected to the trial, start writing. Kelly O'Donnell, NBC News, Los Angeles.
And a footnote to all of this, the Simpson trial is costing some people money as well. The taxpayers of Los Angeles County, their tab so far, $7,122,240 and counting.
However, San Jose's overall crime rate was up 6% from the year before. Most of the state's 10 largest cities reported a decrease. The Legislative Analyst's Office attributed that drop in crime to the state's aging population and its new sentencing laws.
Well, a Fremont man has been booked on vehicular manslaughter charges after a horrible accident that killed 2 San Jose sisters. 5-year-old Hema.
Jerry Brown, a Democrat, had one major problem as he ran his campaign about 15 years ago. Lieutenant Governor Mike Kerb, a Republican, seemed to take that acting governor thing pretty seriously, made some appointments, changed some policy while Jerry Brown was out on the campaign trail. It effectively kept Brown tied here to Sacramento. However, Lieutenant Governor Gray Davis has been on the record saying he will not try to obstruct things that way. And so far, the Wilson campaign believes him. Reporting live from Sacramento, Eric Thomas, Channel 7 News. Back to you.
All right, Eric, thank you so far. Well, coming up tonight on Channel 7 News at 6, some eerie findings in the search for the Unabomber.
It's a really neat experience. It's a lot of fun.
I'm just going to tell all my friends. I'm going to dust it off every day.
The winners don't receive sports cars or scholarships, but they do get a big towel.
360.
Americans have always had a love affair with miracle gadgets designed to solve their sexual problems. In Victorian times, male sexual weakness was considered a great evil. As one contemporary writer put it, it is impossible for a woman to love a man who is sexually weak. Weak men hate themselves. Promoters of the Violet Ray offered men a remedy.
The Violet Ray was very popular. They would cure everything, from writer's cramp to wry neck to impotency. You name it, the Violet Ray would do it. When things like infrared and light bulbs and all sorts of things like that came along, it was incorporated into ways to treat and cure people, usually by bogus methods. This device cures you by radio waves by placing your hand on that plate, and if you push button number 142 above the green light, it'll cure you of nymphomania.
Just because most of these devices didn't work, it doesn't mean people stopped buying them, proving perhaps that in the quest for sexual satisfaction, there's simply no such thing as common sense.
It's easy to smile.
Look no further than that bastion of conservatism, London.
Hi, welcome to the center of the erotic universe.
Hi, this is Tuppy. Hi, where are you?
Meet Tuppy Owens, the woman responsible for connecting the global playground of carnal pleasures.
Oh, hello, Tuppy.
Tuppy is the world's sexual clearinghouse. She publishes a little book called Planet Sex Diary. Flip through these pages and you'll know where to go for the gay and lesbian Mardi Gras, or when to celebrate International Breast Freedom Day. But how does Tuppy get the sexual scoop?
It's very easy for me to keep a handle on the changing sex scene because I'm in touch with people all over the world who send me the information, and as soon as something happens, I hear about it.
Letters from her correspondents arrive every day to update her files.
I mean, I just obviously adore them because they give me all this information. When my correspondents come to London, I often take them around to some of the sort of underground places they wouldn't find otherwise.
Places like school dinners, a club that gets its name from the unique way the English remember growing up in school.
Right, here we go. Canes up, please count out loud. And oh!
Tuppy gets to know her correspondents well. She learns what they like, and she enjoys watching them get it. An evening like this is worth an entry in anyone's sexual diary. But Tuppy is constantly topping herself. She is the driving force behind an event that's at the top of everyone's yearly calendar, the Sex Maniacs Ball, the largest mix of fetish party and charity event in the world.
And I've got people who do the props and other people who do sort of little rooms that they repeat every year, and it's really lovely. And slowly we've got to know each other and we all work together. So slowly I've sort of formed this team.
And Tuppy's team is like no other. Over 150 volunteers from every avenue of London's sexual subculture gather at Tuppy's flat to work on the ball. They party together, but they have a serious purpose. The proceeds from the ball go to a charity that Tuppy established called The Outsiders. The Outsiders, people with physical or emotional disabilities, also come to Tuppy's gatherings.
When I met Tuppy, she accepted me for everything that I was. My intellect, my humour, and also my need of a sexual experience.
The monthly gatherings of The Outsiders allow its members to form personal and intimate friendships.
When we have the Outsiders lunches, you can see people are just coming out of their shells. Quite a lot of the Outsiders members have got hitched up together.
Helping people come together is Tuppy Owens' goal. From the Peace and Healing Festival to the Blessing of the Cocks. No matter who you are or what kind of sexual desires might yet be found in your secret diary, one thing is certain, Tuppy's got your number.
Hi, welcome to the center of the erotic universe.
3, 6. Recently, the sexual marketplace has opened up for young entrepreneurs like Harumi, who runs her own sex fantasy service, an image club called Fantasia 88. Image clubs are the latest evolution of private sexual therapy outlets for men. Customers wanting to experiment with otherwise forbidden sexual delicacies can call Harumi to arrange a private appointment with a fantasy girl of their choice.
Harumi-san? I wanted to make a club where regular people can come, where regular girls can work. A little game with a sense of play.
Harumi and her girls dress up in the costumes specified by their client and play the role he requests. Favorites include schoolgirl, stewardess, geisha girl, office girl, and nurse.
We don't have intercourse. That is something that is illegal in Japan. I think prostitution is something you can't do. We are doing things differently, more fun. Sex is something fun. Clients can touch and lick the girls. They can insert their fingers or use a vibrator or tie them up. They can do these things.
About 5 minutes before the session is to end, a point called flower time begins. The girl quickly massages or licks the customer to orgasm.
As for myself, I'm doing this to make money. I don't have anything special that I want to do, and thought if there was anything I can do, it's this. Each person has their own idea of what a lot of money is, but I don't think I'm making a big profit. What someone else would say, I don't know.
Although Harumi downplays the monetary amount, the price of fantasy is not cheap. Her services run $400 an hour and up. No location or fantasy is too elaborate. Tonight, Harumi's transvestite assistant is picked up by the client. The concept of the Image Club allows the client to unleash their wildest fantasies.
There is an S&M boom in Japan. Half is S&M, half is image. Regular sex is something you can do with anyone, but S&M is something you can't do with just anyone.
At image clubs like Fantasia 88, the staff presents whatever image or fantasy the client can dream up. In this case, the presence of a transvestite adds question and confusion to gender, which excites the client. Most customers like to complete their visit with the house specialty, the legendary Seikon massage. The Seikon massage is specifically designed to stimulate the customer's prostate gland while simultaneously bringing him to orgasm. In the hands of a trained specialist, the Seikon massage can be deep and intense.
The client is paying for it, coming to play with something real. So we want to give it to them. So we take great care with these things. We want to make a club where they will think, hey, that was a good time.
360. Men were highly educated in the arts and sexuality. From dusk until midnight, a temple maiden would dance for the gods and the priest, disrobing to the beat of the drums. The priest would make offerings of delicacies, hoping to gain her favor, to be the chosen one. The wild nights of passion would stretch on till dawn, where the maiden would be taken among the torches and made love to by one of the priests. The Dira Decis, Mysore, India.
Sexual rituals. Erotic.
Right there. It's like, what do I get? All my clothes, my insurance papers, all my pictures. That's it.
Farther up the hill, Brian Shaw's fashionable house came within a few feet of disaster.
It was getting really hot. You know, it's still hot on the backside, and, you know, a lot of the
landscaping and stuff is burned out, and the fence in the back is burned down. But those are minor things, you know, as opposed to what could have possibly happened. So, you know, I feel fortunate and blessed for that.
But there was major anxiety for a while for his fiancée, Nikki Sharp.
We were majorly concerned at about 1:15 when the fire department came onto our property and asked us to open our gate so they could get in. And they came in, and then we saw flames coming up as high as the house, and we knew for sure that that all the property was going to be burned. But at that point, we evacuated everyone out of the house.
Well, I was very concerned. You know, I just didn't want anybody to be a victim of the fire, and the material things, you know, were the furthest thing from my mind. You know, I didn't want anybody to be hurt.
Yes, that is Brian Shaw of the Orlando Magic, for those of you who follow basketball. He and his family have returned to their house, as many of the others around here have, and firefighters will remain on the scene for a while and watch this throughout the night to make sure it doesn't flare up again. Reporting live from Oakland, Willie Monroe, Channel 7 News.
All right, close call today, Willie. Marcia Clark this afternoon arguing the tapes have no place in a murder trial.
It is nothing but the very blatant attempt to inflame the jury, distract them from the evidence, mislead them, confuse them, and make sure that they do not look at the proof and the properly admitted evidence in this case.
Channel 7's Deborah Villone has been monitoring the trial from the newsroom and recaps the day's events. Deborah?
Well, Richard, we've all gotten bits and pieces of these transcripts, but nothing quite compares to hearing Mark Fuhrman's own words in his own voice, speaking quite casually, quite comfortably about police racism and brutality. The jury was not in the courtroom to hear it, but now the rest of the world has.
Raise your right hand, please.
Aspiring screenwriter Laura Hart McKinney says Mark Fuhrman's interview remarks sometimes offended her, but they were important to her movie research. Fuhrman on arresting blacks without reason.
Stop. Yes. See who they are? You're out of the problem cause. You got it. Standing on top of a bunch of bodies. I mean, that's just the way you feel. You know, you got 200 niggers that are trying to take your prisoner, you just chase this guy.
All told, there are 41 instances in which Fuhrman says the N-word, a slur he has testified under oath he does not use. The defense says that proves he's a liar and a racist, capable of planting evidence to frame O.J. Simpson.
These are not fiction. These are not the creations of a playwright. These are the words that he was speaking in terms of his own life experience.
On McKinney's tapes, Fuhrman does describe specific cases. For example, taking a black suspect to a baseball field to beat him.
When I left, Dana goes, "No blood, Mark." "No problem. Not even any marks, Dana. Just body shards. You ever try to find a bruise on a nigger? Pretty tough, huh?"
The tapes are devastating to the prosecution, and Judge Ito did not have to play them aloud. He's heard them. He could rule on them. But Ito worries about the appearance of a cover-up.
I don't want this court to ever be in a position where there is any indication that this court would participate in suppressing information that is of vital public interest.
Will the jury hear the tapes? We won't know for another day or two. Judge Ito listened to arguments from the defense and the prosecution until just a short time ago. Then he said he needs some time. In his words, he can't rule from the seat of his pants on this because these tapes present a unique situation. They're part of a fictional work, not a Mark Fuhrman autobiography. Back to you, Richard.
All right, Deborah, thank you. The family of murder victim Ron Goldman isn't buying Judge Ito's reasoning for allowing the tapes to be heard today. The victim's father says it doesn't matter what the public thinks. This case is for the jury to decide.
I don't understand why the hell we had to listen to 2 hours of this hate. It's disgusting, every word that was said. The focus is gone.
They prove that he's a racist, now prove that he planted the evidence, prove his motive, prove all that stuff. And that's what this is about, finding the murderer.
Los Angeles District Attorney Gil Garcetti echoed the Goldmans' feelings today, saying the case should be about the evidence, not about Fuhrman or about racism. He says he's angry and embarrassed.
I'm embarrassed
because these words, this conduct or apparent conduct by a police officer is not, and I underline this, is not representative of the vast, vast majority of the police officers in Los Angeles.
Other reaction coming in. Los Angeles Mayor Richard Riordan said what he heard made him sick, and LA Police Chief Willie Williams said what he heard was reprehensible, and that Furman owes an apology to the world.
In Marin County, the coroner's office has completed its autopsy report of Grateful Dead guitarist Jerry Garcia, and the results are no surprise. Official cause of death, a heart attack, as originally suspected. Trace amounts of heroin were found in Garcia's system, but according to the coroner, nothing that would have killed him. As you know, Garcia died in a drug rehab facility in Marin County 3 weeks ago.
Coming up on Channel 7 News at 6, a showdown in Golden Gate Park, moving day for the homeless.
Up the homeless from Golden Gate Park. It all stems from a shooting incident 10 days ago in which a homeless man allegedly shot and wounded 4 people. Channel 7's Carla Davis is live at Golden Gate Park this evening, and she joins us live. Carla.
Well, it seems like a lot of people had gotten the message beforehand about the Matrix crackdown, because only about 12 homeless people were run out of here by police this morning, and they only issued about 9 or so citations. However, city crews did do a thorough job of cleaning out groves like this one, which once served as a homeless camp. People sleeping in the park woke to the sounds of police motorcycles just before dawn today. Officers on horseback and on foot flushed the homeless out of makeshift shelters.
Is there anybody else in there with you?
Out-of-work engineer Steve Petruzella was one of the first to receive a citation. He's been living in the park several weeks.
Everything's so expensive that you can't get a lot of things that you care to have. So, I mean, you have to make sacrifices.
Police offered information on detox programs and shelters to those being kicked out. The newly evicted piled what they could into shopping carts and left the rest in their outdoor apartments. Chairs and pillows, even a mattress. Police Chief Tony Rivera, enforcing Mayor Frank Jordan's Matrix plans, says the homeless camps have become an unbearable health hazard.
If you've been to any of the campsites, you see the human feces, you see the needles. You know, as far as I'm concerned, we gotta make this park safe for everybody, but most of all for the kids.
You see any trash here? It's bedding and personal belongings.
This man, known only as Mark, says he's lived in the park for 16 years. Homeless advocates monitoring Matrix offered to make phone calls for him. He refused.
I don't know what I'm going to do.
Homeless people and their advocates accuse the mayor of persecuting the helpless.
We don't need to attack some of these crippled people that could barely walk. I don't understand why Jordan would want to attack people that are already down and out.
Advocates did sue the city over Matrix. However, recently a federal judge decided that Matrix is not only constitutional, that it does not unfairly target homeless people. Now, the question is not legality, but whether or not it will actually work, the Matrix program. They say it will from the city side. However, homeless people have already vowed to make their home again here in Golden Gate Park. Reporting live from the park, I'm Carla Davis, Channel 7 News.
This isn't over yet. Carla, thanks very much.
Not by a long shot. A neighborhood coalition in San Francisco's Tenderloin district has declared war on prostitution and drug dealing. The group accuses several landlords and liquor store owners of catering to criminals and creating a public nuisance.
We're going to fight this war building by building, block by block, until we're able to go ahead and restore the quality of life that everyone is entitled to here.
I'm responsible for what goes on outside of my building and inside. And my clients are responsible. And if they don't take care of business, I kick them out. Very easy, okay? For 17 years, I've been fighting this fight, and it's good to see somebody join me.
The group is filing more than 60 small claims lawsuits. Many target a single landlord accused of tolerating drug dealers on his property.
In the 6 days since the big ballyhoo debut of the Windows 95 computer operating system, Microsoft has been buried in calls for help. 20,000. What is supposed to be a quantum leap forward in personal computing.
Customer service operators are swamped. Callers needing help for Windows 95 are waiting an average of 10 minutes. Many others are getting busy signals because the center is far beyond capacity. Diane Pearsall's problem is typical.
When I was loading Windows 95, I got to the 98% point and it blew up.
Pearsall is far from alone. The staff at Third Wave, a Berkeley-based computer consulting firm, failed to install Windows 95 3 times in a row.
If you go out and buy the first day release and install it, you're asking for problems.
Clary says the first to buy Windows 95 are, in essence, guinea pigs for Microsoft, even though the company gave away test programs months ago to flush out the bugs. For home users who have the time, working out the kinks may be a welcome challenge. But for the company's Clary consults, the recommendation is to wait. Windows 95, he says, causes too many crashes and doesn't work with hundreds of older software applications, and that means lower productivity.
Any information systems manager would be tearing their hair out if they had to go and do this on 100 computers.
And yet many are curious, many are checking it out, and many are wondering whether to buy now or later.
Just as we're getting comfortable with Windows, now there's already something brand new.
But this sobering notice, indicating a serious disk error or crash, is driving some buyers crazy. Well, it's looking as though the fourth time is the charm. We may get Windows 95 installed yet. If you pluck down your $89 to buy this, though, and take it home, remember, it may take a little patience. And guess what? It crashed again. Remember, there is a 30-day return offer. In San Francisco, David Louie, Channel 7 News.
You know, I was over at a computer store yesterday, and the guy came in, he had the same thing. It was loaded up in the old hard drive, and it just stuck in there. Had to bring the whole thing in. Up next, a Texas-sized lightning strike fells a football team. And later, from Dr. Dean Adele, we'll toss her
distributing drugs. The law also says youths convicted of lesser offenses can be kept in juvenile detention till the age of 21 instead of the previous limit of 18. Formerly sealed juvenile court records can now be entered into evidence in adult trials for up to 3 years. And youth offenders can be ordered to pay up to $4,000 restitution, twice the previous limit. That's the news for now. We'll have more news later, right here on MTV.
MTV.
I hate this ticket. I don't want it. Dude, man, get that in there.
Dude, I lost my ticket.
That's your ticket.
I was going to try and contest it.
Say 7th and the 1020 of the command room.
There was no nonsense and little warning this morning at 6:30 a.m. About 30 police officers on horseback, on foot, and motorcycles swept through the east side of Golden Gate Park. This week, Matrix 2 cleaned out encampments, issued a few citations, and some warnings. But today, the gloves were off. Police issued more than 100 citations and made about 12 arrests, mostly for traffic warrants.
We got a ticket yesterday for camping in the park. He went to jail last week and cleared up all of his warrants. Now he's got a $3,000 warrant because he got a ticket yesterday, according to her. So they're going to go through this 3 hours worth of paperwork again to let him out again.
We're just not allowed to camp during the hours between 10 at night and 6 in the morning.
These young people were all cited and released. Few planned to leave the park.
Yeah, they showed up, man, when cops giving us, like, orders that totally were hypocritical, man. He kept saying, get up, sit down. You know.
The paper Mojo is holding is from the Homeless Coalition. They say closing the park is illegal. It's open 24 hours a day. So they took their message to the mayor last night. Advocates say if the homeless can't sleep in the park, they'll sleep in front of Mayor Frank Jordan's posh Pacific Heights home. The mayor was not amused.
If they feel that squatters' rights are okay, I disagree.
Jordan says needles like this pose a serious health hazard, as do the filthy conditions of the encampments. Homeless advocates are now offering the campers legal representation to help fight the evictions and citations. Jordan says their time is being wasted.
The best legal advice they could give them, I think, is to know that it's unlawful to sleep in the park after 10 o'clock, and also we have a better place for them to stay.
Many homeless claim they still have nowhere to go, while some, like John, who's a drifter, will move on in maybe a week or so.
Probably up to Oregon.
Now, the first part of the week, Matrix 2 hit the west side of the park, which was by the ocean. This time they hit the east side of the park. This is bordered by Stanton and Lincoln. Mayor Jordan says he's going to keep hitting the park on all sides until the homeless get the hint and leave. Reporting live in Golden Gate Park, I'm Tomas Rahman.
Thanks very much. Stay with us. We have a Labor Day warning you should know about. This year, a lot of Bay Area drivers could get caught in a very tight net.
Dying of lung cancer rose 600% from the 1960s to the 1980s. During the same period, lung cancer deaths among male smokers doubled. The study also found that lung cancer has now surpassed heart disease as the leading cause of smoking-related deaths among white middle-class smokers.
About every year, those of us who work on the Health Beat get one of these. It's a health calendar. It kind of tells what disease or medical condition is being marked on what day or what month. Everything from Burn Awareness Week to Eye Donor Week, and you've heard them all along. Well, this most common form of bladder problem is stress incontinence. That's when the muscles around the bladder become weak or damaged from childbirth, from menopause, or from simple aging.
For those patients, the first step is having them perform regular pelvic exercise, which we call Kegel exercises.
Those exercises can include the use of small weights to help build up the muscles around the bladder.
Squeeze. Squeeze your pelvic floor muscles. Squeeze, bring this line up.
More and more patients are also trying biofeedback. That helps patients isolate and exercise the specific muscles that control urination. If that fails, surgery may be needed to repair the connective tissue supporting the bladder. New laparoscopic techniques mean that now can be done on an outpatient basis. And in the last couple of years, doctors have been using collagen implants to bulk up the tissue surrounding the urethra. Lillian Fink found collagen implants worked for her and says with so many options available, no woman need ever suffer from incontinence.
Being foolish and afraid to talk about something that could help you, you're hurting yourself. That's all.
That's a good point. Incontinence is a very costly problem, too. Americans spend more than $10 billion a year on incontinence products such as adult diapers. If you'd like to find out more information about treating incontinence, here's a number that you can call. It's toll-free, 1-800-435-2732. Again, 1-800-435-2732.
And up next, right here on News Center 4.
Several miles away, students at Dallas Theological Seminary cringe at the thought of tampering with scriptural references to God. This week, the debate over God's gender will intensify when Oxford University Press releases its controversial edition of the world's best-selling book. Oxford has removed from the Bible any references which might be considered sexist, racist, or what the Oxford people think are insensitive. So instead of beginning the Lord's Prayer with Our Father in Heaven, it's Our Father, Mother in Heaven. The Son of Man is now the human one. The word darkness as a reference to evil is out for fear of racist overtones. Now, in him there is no darkness, reads, in God light is never absent. Susan Thistlethwaite is one of 6 Protestant scholars who edited the New Bible.
What I hope our translation will accomplish is that everyone will hear themselves named in Scripture, and nobody will feel themselves excluded.
Besides, she argues, many biblical terms are metaphors.
God is not literally a father any more than when you call Jesus the Lamb of God. Jesus is literally a small sheep.
But some people believe the Oxford editors have gone too far.
Our responsibility is to study it, understand it, and apply our lives to it, rather than alter it, make it accommodating to our times so that it doesn't offend people, and now we have something that's easy to live with. It's not supposed to be easy to live with.
Reverend Brady hasn't decided yet whether to stock his pews with the easier-to-live-with Bible. If he ever does, his congregation may be surprised to find that even the right hand of God has been changed to read the mighty hand. And now, left-handed people won't feel excluded. Peggy Waymeyer, ABC News, Dallas.
Before we leave, we welcome 2 new ABC affiliates, KMGH.
David Bloom in Los Angeles.
I want to get some witnesses in front of the jury now.
Today, an anxious judge ordered angry prosecutors to go forward with their rebuttal case. despite the fact that Simpson's lawyers refused to end their case, meaning there might be more defense witnesses to come.
This jury's not getting the truth, and we cannot say we rest in good conscience. As officers of the court, we're not going to say those words.
If he has no further witnesses for this jury to hear, he's through. And the court has the power and, in fact, the duty at this point to say, it's over. It's over.
But it's not over. The defense wants the jury to be told that retired police detective Mark Furman, facing a possible perjury charge, has refused to testify. Simpson's lawyers were back this morning, arguing the judge should grant Furman immunity from prosecution, forcing him to testify. At the very least, they said, the jury should be told to disregard Furman's testimony about finding a bloody glove behind Simpson's estates. Judge Lance Ito said no. Simpson's lawyers asked for time to file an appeal. That's when Ito ordered prosecutors to proceed. Marcia Clark could hardly wait to start showing the jury a series of photographs. Simpson wearing a pair of leather gloves, which a prosecution expert will testify are identical to the bloody gloves worn by the killer. And prosecutors said today there appears to be a defect on one of Simpson's gloves, which they are trying to match to the killer's brown Eris leather lights. The defense went to great lengths to keep the jury from seeing those glove photos. Now Simpson's lawyers are going to great lengths all the way to an appeals court to try to keep jurors' attention focused not on the gloves, but on Mark Furman. David Bloom, NBC News, Los Angeles.
We'll have much more on the trial later on. What to expect now as we go to NBC News In Depth. The prosecution's rebuttal case, legal damage control, critically important. Overseas tonight, the attack
fired from a U.S. warship in the Adriatic, 13 of the pilotless missiles guided by satellite hit the Banja Luka air defense network, highly dangerous to pilots because it bristled with anti-aircraft weapons. Still, the NATO tactic of expanding the air campaign with Tomahawk missiles to bring the Serbs to heel seemed to be having the opposite effect. In a letter today to President Clinton, Russian leader Boris Yeltsin, and British Prime Minister Major, Serb leader Radovan Karadzic threatened to pull out of the peace talks on Bosnia. What is more, Moscow was making its own threats.
Civilians have been hit and have been hurt.
Even the alliance seemed shaken. Italy, concerned about possible Serb retaliation, was dragging its feet on the U.S. request to send in these F-117 stealth bombers to bolster NATO air power based on its territory. And there was this. The Serbs were still defiant, refusing UN demands to move back their tanks and artillery. Late this afternoon, top administration officials gathered at the White House to go over the crisis with the president.
NATO has no alternative now but to continue.
Tonight, the Pentagon says at least 2 of its submarines and 3 ships loaded with cruise missiles are in the Adriatic ready to fire. And NATO says it may give the order. Ed Rabel, NBC News, the Pentagon.
When we come back, dialing for dollars, wasted dollars, it's costing you a fortune.
Auditors say the Agriculture Department's been paying hundreds of thousands in phone bills for equipment that can't even be found.
And these people are giving the phrase running for your life a whole new meaning.
In education spending. The president did so in the pivotal election state of Illinois, as White House correspondent Rita Braver reports.
President Clinton took his education crusade to southern Illinois today. In a speech beamed to campuses across the country, he told college students that Republicans in Congress are trying to cut their financial assistance.
Thank you. You do not have to balance the budget by cutting college aid. You do not have to balance the budget by shortcutting the future of America. We can do better than that. Help me. Stand up. Write your members of Congress.
The president zeroed in on the Republicans' plan to eliminate one of his big accomplishments, the direct student loan program, in which the government gives loans directly to students rather than making them go through a bank.
It's been under assault by the bankers who made the money under the old loan program.
The president claims his plan saves more than $1 billion and met with students who love the program.
The bank system was a lot of paperwork. You had to travel back and forth or you're waiting on the mail. With the direct lending program, it's right there.
But Republicans say the Clinton plan actually costs more because the government is administering it. And they made sure reporters met a graduate student leader who says he was excluded from the president's panel after he expressed reservations about the program.
I guess you can call it censorship that, you know, the people that had questions, myself and other people on my council that would have been able to ask questions, were kept from it.
In fact, Republicans suggest the president is perpetrating a big lie on campus, engaging in scare tactics to make families believe that student aid is in jeopardy. But the White House believes the president's side of the education issue is cutting through the voters and hopes that will influence a Senate vote expected later this week. Rita Braver, CBS News at the White House.
The Pete Wilson for President campaign is shutting down operations in Iowa. The California governor and Republican presidential hopeful, apparently convinced he can't win in Iowa, is playing down the importance of the Iowa caucuses. He says now that he'll concentrate instead on what he calls, quote, breakthrough primaries like New Hampshire, where he thinks he has a better chance.
We've got that high pressure area rolling in.
I think they finally got the bugs out. Fighting bugs of another sort, killer bacteria and viruses, is the top priority of a SWAT team of government medical experts. They are the frontline combat troops in a war where containment is often the best, sometimes the only weapon. Health correspondent Dr. Bob Arnott takes you inside the real hot zone for tonight's Eye on America.
It's just another routine day at the office for Pierre Roland. Except that Roland works at the Centers for Disease Control in Atlanta. And all that protects him from deadly viruses like the notorious Ebola is his double-layered spacesuit. A tank of fresh oxygen and a healthy dose of fear.
I'm a little bit afraid of what could happen. If you're not afraid, you're going to make a mistake.
This is the CDC's Biohazard Lab, where a small team of scientists investigate the world's deadliest and most contagious diseases. It is strictly off limits to everyone else. These are the only people who stand between the American public and an alarming number of new, highly lethal diseases. Pierre Roland is one of 23 disease detectives who work in the elite special pathogens unit nicknamed the Hot Zone. The team is just back from Africa, where it successfully helped contain an outbreak of Ebola. But not before 296 people died, a quarter of them healthcare workers.
I never saw so many deaths in the same time, and you know that they're going to die. You're going to do the best, but they're going to die.
It is high-stakes, nerve-wracking work, detailed in the movie Outbreak, a biomedical thriller about a fictional virus that wipes out a California town.
Many people are dying and are going to continue to die. We can't stop it.
It was a fun movie, and I think it had some elements of truth in it that it took off from.
Dr. C.J. Peters is the outspoken chief of the CDC's Hot Zone. Peters was an inspiration for Dustin Hoffman's character. He, too, is concerned about the alarming rise of deadly viruses right here in America.
We've seen more new and different presentations of the old diseases as well as brand new diseases coming out than I have in the rest of my career.
One of those new diseases struck Kenneth Spence 2 years ago.
So it was a matter of 48 hours I had gone from being a normal, healthy person into a person that was on a respirator fighting for his life.
The Hot Zone was assigned to figure out what was causing Spence's mystery illness. It turned out to be hantavirus, which killed 55 Americans before the disease detectives were able to stop it.
You know people are dying, and you know the clock is ticking. How do you feel?
You're under a lot of pressure every day. Headlines like, 2 more deaths, CDC scientists baffled.
They were stuck, and they didn't know how to treat me. They didn't know what to treat me for.
We were baffled, and it could have taken years, literally, to figure this out.
But remarkably, it took only 3 weeks. The team took blood samples from every known animal in the infected areas and compared it with blood from the victims. It was quickly traced to a common rodent, quick enough to save Kenneth Spence.
Yeah, I know that there's a God above.
What's it like as a disease detective to find a brand new disease?
For all of us, this has been an absolutely unique, once-in-a-lifetime experience that a lot of people don't ever have, that we never really expected.
But some Hot Zone scientists, like Dr. Tom Kizak, fear for their own safety, trying to keep up the grueling pace.
You suffer some tendency towards burnout. There have been a number of emergencies that have stretched us to the limits of what one can do.
But there is no let-up in sight. Infectious disease is the #1 killer in the world. Scientists say the next plague is just around the corner. But so is the Hot Zone team, suited up and ready. In Atlanta, this is Dr. Bob Arnott for Eye on America.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1, good luck!
It is one of the most grueling foot races in the world.
Good luck!
More than 22 hours of continuous running. 100 miles of treacherous high-altitude mountain terrain in Utah. A race reserved for the world's best endurance runners. And 3 peasants from Mexico, who, because they missed the entry deadline, run unofficially as so-called bandits. Dressed in traditional clothing and wearing sandals made from old car tires, the Indians are running not to win the race, but to help tell the story of a terrible famine back home, which is killing their people.
There's no rain, and without rain, the corn doesn't come up, and without corn, they can't eat.
For 3 years, hidden in the beauty of the Sierra Madre Mountains in the northern state of Chihuahua, some 40,000 Tamaran Indians in the Copper Canyon try to scratch out an existence, but many have not survived.
Dos de sus hijos, 2 of his children have died.
In better times, the villagers often raced against each other for food and tribal pride. Now, some of the few who are still healthy are running in this country.
Muy bien.
Rick Fisher, an American photographer who befriended the Tamarans 15 years ago, has taken up their plight.
Food in their culture has always been attached to racing. If you win a race, you get a cow, you get food for your family. Because
Fisher is controversial because he pressures race officials to find sponsors and to waive entry fees, $150 each in this race. He protects the Indians with a passion.
This is our camp. We're aiding our runners. Now, please back off.
These endurance races are truly amateur events, so even if the Indians were official contestants, there's no prize money to win. But what they are getting is publicity, television news coverage, a front-page story in the Salt Lake paper. In the foot race, the bandits finished 1-2, an hour and a half ahead of anyone else. There was no trophy to take home, but there were enough contributions to feed one village until Christmas. And it is the race against hunger the Tamarans know they must win. Roger O'Neill, NBC News, Salt Lake City.
That's Nightly News for Monday. I'm Tom Brokaw. I'll see you back here tomorrow night.
NBC News.
The face of the Silicon Valley during 21 years in Congress. San Jose News Center reporter Carl Sonkin with the story.
Hey, how you been?
Yeah, I heard the good news.
Yeah.
Norm Mineta was still politicking 3 hours after announcing he's quitting Congress in a month.
You know, you've done a lot for the community.
Yeah. Hank Nishijima runs a fishing tackle store in Japantown, has known Mineta for years.
Big move.
I think Mr. Mineta is, you know, a straight shooter all the way, you know.
I am a great believer in American democracy.
Mineta called reporters to the lawn of his childhood home after deciding to accept a vice president's job at Lockheed Martin, where he'll oversee transit projects.
Yeah, it was agonizing.
Transit projects like the county's light rail system dominated Mineta's 21 years in Congress. He also championed airports both in San Jose and all across the nation, and highways, like Santa Clara County's new 87 freeway lane. Mineta was the chair of the powerful House Transportation Committee till the Republicans took over.
Sure, the place is different, but my enthusiasm for the work that I do is still the same.
There's been a rumor around town that he was kind of thinking it over.
Professor Terry Christensen says Mineta was San Jose's first real mayor. He slowed the city's growth in the 70s and promoted transit projects when he gave guest lectures at State.
He said in the class, give me transportation and I can make or break a city.
It's a time when people are going to be
talking to a lot of other people quietly.
Rod Diridan says Minetta's announcement throws county politics into turmoil.
Oh, I'd imagine that you're going to have the better part of a dozen people, and that would be appropriate. Quite a tribute to him to have that many people interested in continuing on.
Here in San Jose's Japantown, Minetta is best known for his efforts to win reparations for Japanese Americans who were sent off to American concentration camps during World War II.
We all got about 20,000.
Not that it lessened the hardships of the Nishijimas and all the others. It was just knowing that someone like Norm Minetta was watching out for them and other minorities in Washington. I'm Carl Sonkin, News Center 4.
And joining us now live from our San Jose News Center is Congressman Norm Minetta. Thank you for joining us on what has got to be one of your busier days. I have to start off by asking you, why now? Why not complete your term before going over to the private sector?
Well, Suzanne and Pete, the problem is that the Lockheed Martin Corporation came to me, and there was no way that I was going to be able to say to them, hold the job open until the 3rd of January 1997. And so this to me is a kind of an exciting position because it brings two subjects that are very close to me, transportation and high technology. And so I thought the best way to do it is to make my decision and go ahead and give an effective date, namely the October 10th date that I'm saying that I'm going to step down from Congress in order to minimize any potential conflicts or any kinds of perception that people may bring up about that issue.
Isn't that a possible disservice to those who re-elected you?
No, I don't believe so at all. The special elections process is set out very clearly by the state law. I have submitted my letter to the governor. He can then, under the law, go ahead and set the parameters for the special election, and the process will continue. And I think to the extent that staff will continue in place, they will be there until the new person is sworn in. So I don't believe the constituents are being shortchanged in any way.
All right, Congressman Norm Minetta, you have been effective in your role. Many will miss you. We wish you well in your next endeavor with Lockheed Martin.
Thanks, Suzanne. Thanks, Pete.
Thank you for joining us.
Governor Wilson has run up the first white flag of his struggling presidential campaign. Wilson today shut down his Iowa campaign office, in his words, to pay attention to other states where he has a better chance. Wilson fared poorly in the Iowa Republican straw poll last month, so he won't try to compete in the state's opening caucuses next February. He'll focus on primaries elsewhere.
What the campaign is noticing is that our best strengths are in New Hampshire and in the New England states, as well as Florida and Arizona. And that's where he's going to be probably spending most of his time from here on out in the campaign.
Campaign officials insist the resource Wilson is short on is time and not money.
A Fremont-based auto dealership, one of the largest in the Bay Area, is
Billy's Big Smooches, the Baldwin brother hitches singer China Phillips, and this groom has no problems with his beautiful mother-in-law.
And Extra's classified clips, your first look at the bombing of Melrose Place, who lives, who dies, plus Roseanne's pregnancy pains and the new loves of 90210.
But first, television's biggest night, the Emmy Awards. ER won 8 and Frasier 5. But the upset Emmy went to NYPD Blue, and Extra was with one of its stars as he...
Karen Duffy. She's the Charlie perfume model and a correspondent for TV Nation. At least one of them took home an Emmy.
She got to win an Emmy last night for TV Nation.
Yeah, we won Best Information Series.
Friends star Lisa Kudrow worked the crowd while her new husband avoided the cameras.
She's waiting for me inside.
In line, Matthew Perry and Courtney Cox cooled off in the 90-degree heat with the extra fans we gave them. Comedian Ellen DeGeneres also caught a breeze. She arrived solo, but full of compliments.
God, you have beautiful eyes.
Thank you. Nothing shy about proud papa-to-be Paul Reiser showing off his pregnant wife Paula. And here's new mama Rosie O'Donnell flashing a snapshot of her newly adopted son, Parker Jaron.
What? I'm on TV! Extra!
How old is the boy now?
He's 3.5 months old. He was born May 25th.
Heather Locklear was escorted by Fox Entertainment president John Matoyan because husband Richie Sambora is on tour. She was perfect in pink, but it was an even more seductive dress which stole the show. Maureen O'Boyle has that story.
Wow, what was that? This was the dress of the night.
Julia Louis-Dreyfus in a black Giorgio Armani cut all the way down to, well, you judge for yourself. InStyle magazine's fashion guru Hal Rubenstein told us this was the dress to end all dresses.
Yeah, there's the black velvet Armani plunged about as low as we're allowed to show on television.
Yes, I think she's just about to get cut off by the FCC.
Even her good buddy Jason Alexander stopped the show to take a good long look.
Julia, show them the dress. Julia, dispelling the I'm one of the guys image forever.
Julia may have been the most daring, but Courtney Cox grabbed plenty of attention with her new hairdo and this skin-tight lavender halter by Friends costume designer Deborah McGuire.
There's so much fun. People are much more conscious of being looked at, of being watched.
NYPD Blues Gail O'Grady was glamorous in this blinding gold gown, and Terry Hatcher went for the silver with this revealing number by Badgley Mishka with crisscross straps in the back. For her, there was no other choice.
I tried this one on, it felt like me. I like really simple things.
Tori Spelling graduated from Beverly Hills 90210 schoolgirl to glamour queen. This dress, also by Badgley Mishka, left little to the imagination. Christine Baranski walked away with the top prize for her supporting role on Sybil. She was the envy of everyone, not for her Emmy, but for this $500,000 diamond necklace by Chanel. The X-Files' David Duchovny broke out of the pack with his anything but black tie.
There are very few men here making any kind of fashion statement, and Duchovny's brocaded tuxedos by Dolce & Gabbana.
Gorgeous. Matt LeBlanc of Friends looked cool with his new spiky haircut, wraparound shades, and a leather-studded vest that caught the eye of ER's George Clooney.
Neil Young called. He wants his vest back.
You know, your life has changed. Change your tux.
Silver and gold, skin and no skin. These Emmys brought everything out of the closet. But hey, who cares about all of that when you can look at Julia one more time?
No question, Julia did look stunning, but she was missing one certain accessory, a gold statue. This year was the 4th time the actress was nominated for her role as Elaine on Seinfeld. Well, of course, once the show was over, the stars had to head out and celebrate, and so did Extra.
So now we can show you some star-studded Emmy parties no one else can. We begin with Dana Adams.
Oh, her aching feet. Barbra Streisand started her night of celebrating by taking off her high heels on her way into the governor's ball, with a little help from her date, actor Jon Voight. Also parading into the traditional gala, Courtney Cox, Dennis Miller, and Jerry Seinfeld. But that was just the beginning of the post-parties.
Only Extra was at the top-secret ER party here at the world-famous Derby in Hollywood, where everyone gathered to toast the show's big winner, Juliana Margulies.
I floated up there. I have no idea how I got from my seat up. I didn't know. I looked this way. Steven Spielberg was sitting over here. He goes, go. And I looked this way. My boyfriend's like, go.
Come here.
George Clooney was the first to greet his Emmy Award-winning co-star with congratulations.
Our one winner, who we try to stay as close to as possible.
But that wasn't the only reason Sherry Stringfield and Noah Wiley were at the Derby.
The whole group being together, kind of being honored is like really special.
Any party George Clooney's at is the party.
But George wasn't at the exclusive Friends party at the Eclipse in West Hollywood when we met up with Noah again.
I have no social life. This is it. This is it. This is my one night out, and you got me on it.
Even though Friends didn't bring home the Emmy Gold, fans mobbed Matthew Perry for autographs.
I'm not even signing my name.
While we were closing down the Friends party in the wee hours, Jennifer Aniston was holding hands with Adam Duritz, lead singer of Counting Crows. And our own David Rose was crosstown at NYPD Blues' victory party.
Good. David, all right, that's great.
Man.
Dennis Franz and his wife Joni were on cloud 9 when they arrived at the famous LA eatery Spago.
You pulled one off.
Dennis and his co-stars were still ecstatic about winning.
Dennis jumped 3 feet.
I was airborne, and I was fighting in the aisle. I was high five.
It was just absolute disbelief, excitement, about 10 million emotions. I don't think that any of us were expecting it.
They celebrated their first Best Drama win with Michelle Pfeiffer, her producer husband David Kelly, and cast members from his shows Picket Fences and Chicago Hope. And Jimmy Smits, the newest cop on the NYPD beat, believes the best is yet to come.
We're just going to get better. All right. Thank you, David. And by the way, history repeated itself last night for Candace Bergen, and Chicago Hope's Mandy Patinkin lost money.
Those are just 2 of the special stories we found last night in the Emmy Winners Circle.
The Emmy goes to Candace Bergen.
It was deja vu all over again as Candice Bergen walked away with her 5th Emmy for Best Actress in a Comedy Series. Even she seemed a bit embarrassed by another win for Murphy Brown. Plus, those statues take up a lot of room.
Where does this one go?
I don't know, they're kind of stacking up. There's a kind of gridlock in the bedroom.
No storage problem for David Hyde Pierce, a Frasier who knew just what to do with his Emmy for Best Supporting Actor in a Comedy Series.
I have to figure out how to do my regular business with one handful, because I ain't putting it down.
80-year-old Ray Walston of Picket Fences won his first Emmy ever for Best Supporting Actor in a Drama Series, and he says he only waited 60 years for the honor.
I'm very excited about this. I'm very up about it. It's one of the high points of my career.
And Chicago Hope's Mandy Patinkin proved he's a better actor than Gambler with his win for Best Lead Actor in a Drama Series.
I put $100 on Dennis Franz in Vegas, figuring that if I lose, at least I'll get some money back. So I was surprised that Dennis Franz didn't win. That's who I expected to take it home.
And among the networks, NBC led the pack with 28 Emmys. CBS took home 19. Cable's HBO won 15, and ABC had 6.
Well, it really was an exciting night last night, wasn't it?
It was.
But believe it or not, there's a story that could be even bigger than the Emmy Awards.
Next, Sharon Stone on the rumored romance with JFK Jr.
My mother's like, he's an attractive guy.
Are the tabloids telling the truth? Sharon sets the record straight.
The Baldwin brothers, Kim Basinger, and a bride ahead, the New York celebrity wedding of the year, the marriage of 2 famous families.
And this scene is tame compared to the rest of Showgirls, the year's steamiest movie. Tomorrow, Elizabeth Berkley and the strippers who taught her how to dance.
We'll be back.
Phillips weds William Baldwin, and just check out who was there. Plus the TV season premieres, Who Survives on Melrose Place, and Who's in Love on 90210. But first, Extra reveals the truth about Sharon Stone and John F. Kennedy Jr.
The tabloids say they're an item, so I went to talk to Sharon to get the real answer.
The headline screamed JFK Jr. and Sharon Stone. Could it be true? Well, to get to the bottom of this mystery, I visited Sharon in Pennsylvania Saturday on the set of her new movie, Diabolique.
There you are with JFK Jr. What is that?
I laughed so much. I laughed so much. I was so proud. I brought this thing to the set. I carried it on the set. I said, you see, I do have dates. You think all I do is work. But no, I've had 2. Count them right here, buddy. 2 steamy nights of passion with... I mean, it's like, where did they get this?
The New York Post recently reported JFK Jr. proposed to live and love Carolyn Bessette, partly to appease her jealousy over Sharon. Well, the engagement rumor turned out to be bogus. But JFK Jr. wasn't saying much about Carolyn or Sharon at the premiere of his new magazine, George, last week.
The answers to the most frequently asked personal questions are as follows. Yes, no, we're merely good friends. None of your
Like
business.
John, Sharon doesn't take her tabloid headlines too seriously.
I really don't care. I think it's funny. I guess I just really consider the source and the National Enquirer.
In real life, the 37-year-old actress is still single and, like most, has a mom who would love JFK Jr. as a son-in-law.
My mother's like, he's an attractive guy. Now, that might not be the worst idea, honey.
Sharon's new movie, Diabolique, is a remake of a 1955 French film. Stone plays a mistress who teams up with her lover's wife to plot his murder.
All right, now it is Babs versus Bob. Last night, double Emmy winner Barbra Streisand gave the Senate Majority Leader Bob Dole a piece of her mind. Well, today, we caught Dole firing back.
Well, she has a great voice. If her judgment matched her voice, she'd be standing up here with us, but that's not.
The presidential candidate couldn't wait to take a pot shot at Streisand as he received a political endorsement from Oklahoma Governor Frank Keating. Dole was responding to the verbal attacks Streisand made backstage after winning her 2nd Emmy Award.
I think Bob Dole is a total hypocrite.
The actress and singer is upset with Dole's criticisms of movies and rap music, which he says are bad influences on kids.
If he's so concerned about violence and with children, then why would he want guns on the streets and in schools?
Streisand's liberal views are striking a sour note with the conservative who was badmouthed by Madonna at the MTV Video Music Awards.
And I think it speaks volumes to be attacked by Madonna on Friday night and now Streisand last night. I mean, that ought one more of these and I'll be in for certain.
Now, Barbara claims she didn't know her comments were being recorded for television. As for Dole, he says he watched Barbara's entire Emmy Award-winning concert.
Now, the classified clips from the season premieres of Beverly Hills 90210, Roseanne, and the explosive answer to the Melrose Place cliffhanger. It's time.
Plus, Kim Basinger watched. We'll share their wedding pictures.
Can John Travolta and Christian...
The Baldwin brothers now have a new sister
yes,
tonight.
They do. Wedding bells were ringing for William Baldwin and China Phillips this weekend. Our Roadrunner was at the church for today's Celebrity Traffic Report. A newlywed lip lock. Singer China Phillips and 32-year-old actor William Baldwin kissed for the cameras Saturday after their wedding in Southampton on Long Island, New York. The blonde bride, who is 27, wore a white gown by designer Vera Wang and an elbow-length tulle veil. All three Baldwin brothers were groomsmen. There you see Stephen, Daniel, and a bearded Alec outside the church. His wife, actress Kim Basinger, made it to the church on time, about 7 months pregnant. After the groom shared a smooch and a hug with his new mother-in-law, Michelle Phillips, he disappeared into a white limo with China. Happy honeymooning, guys. And that's today's Celebrity Traffic Report.
Grams. States will be required to contribute 80% of what they currently spend on welfare to the new programs. New limits will bar anyone from drawing benefits for more than 2 consecutive years or 5 years overall, and benefits to legal and illegal aliens will be stopped. Conservative Republicans also tried to stop benefit increases for welfare mothers who bear additional children out of wedlock.
If we continue to give people more and more money to have more and more children on welfare, by the end of this century, illegitimacy will be the norm and not the exception in America.
But a bipartisan coalition of moderates rebuffed conservatives and decided to let the states set their own rules on that.
These children haven't asked to be conceived, they haven't asked to be come into the world. We have an elemental responsibility to them.
Final details are still being worked out on a provision to provide child care for people on welfare who want to work, but both sides say that can be done and predict by tomorrow the Senate will pass this legislation, which will be acceptable, they say, to both Republicans and the White House. Dan?
Bob Schieffer on Capitol Hill. For his part, President Clinton concentrated today on countering another piece of what he considers to be the radical GOP agenda, namely Republican promises to shred and rewrite the anti-crime bill President Clinton signed into law last year. White House correspondent Rita Braver has the latest on that.
With crime a hot-button political issue, President Clinton made sure to mark the one-year anniversary of the signing of his crime bill. He talked up his achievements, like increasing prevention programs and putting more police on the streets, and he accused Republicans of trying to undo them.
There are those who, in the name of a balanced budget, would go back on all this progress. Not if I can stop it.
He bemoaned the fact that juvenile crime is up and so is teenage marijuana use. And though White House aides have acknowledged that the president tried it but didn't inhale marijuana experience has seemed to inhibit his anti-drug rhetoric, today Mr. Clinton led students in a promise.
I pledge to lead a healthy, drug-free lifestyle.
But former Republican drug czar William Bennett claimed the president has not paid enough attention to the drug problem.
That is the commander-in-chief, viewed domestically's responsibility. Drugs are an important part of crime. I just don't think it's had the priority that other things have had.
Officially, the White House says today's event was aimed at influencing the current budget debate in Congress, not at the presidential election. But privately, White House aides say the outcome of the budget battle could determine the outcome of the election. Rita Braver, CBS News at the White House.
One piece of the current debate over budget cut goes beyond the political and the financial to the personal. Today, a key Senate panel took another step toward killing all funding for the president's AmeriCorps National Service Program next year. Correspondent Phil Jones has been looking into both sides of the AmeriCorps debate.
They're having fun. In President Clinton's opinion, this is citizenship at its best.
the 20,000 young people in the AmeriCorps program.
Is that an apple tree?
Like Marnie Schrader, working in a Maryland child care center.
I want to help people. I want to make a difference, too.
30 points. 10, 20,
and Justin Thorne, helping at an adult daycare center.
Does it mean anything special to all of you to have this young man here?
Definitely.
They work 1,700 hours for less than minimum wage, then get a scholarship of about $5,000.
I am an AmeriCorps member.
A year ago this week, the president launched the program. He calls it his proudest achievement. He wants $800 million for next year. That's what he wants.
We have at this stage not included funding for the National and Community Service Program.
Republicans want it killed. Their word for it, boondoggle.
We set up a new program to promote volunteerism, to do good, to help people get a college education, and 50% of it goes for administrative overhead and big bureaucracy.
This new report by the General Accounting Office is more ammo for the Republicans. It concludes that each member is costing about $25,000 in federal and local tax dollars. But those who run the program say the costs are not excessive.
I think we need to count not how many AmeriCorps members there are there, but how many kids we're immunizing, how many crack houses we're closing, how many low-income houses we're building, how many grade scores we're increasing. I think those will be the true measurement of this program.
They're trying to make young people more aware that there's a community out there that needs help.
Supporters say this is an investment the country can't afford not to make. But Republicans argue it's a luxury we have to drop or reinvent at a much lower cost. Phil Jones, CBS News, Silver Spring, Maryland.
To Republican organizations than to Democrats, but the gap is widening from 2.5 times as much in 1993 to 10 times as much this year. Philip Morris led the way, contributing almost $730,000. The money rolled in as the Food and Drug Administration was moving toward declaring nicotine an addictive drug. The Clinton administration has now called for tough measures to end teenage smoking and to limit cigarette advertising.
The tobacco companies think that if they can't win their case on the merits, they'll just buy their victories in the Congress through all these campaign contributions.
Philip Morris declined to comment. A Brown and Williamson spokesman said the company supports the Republican Party's ideology and pro-business platform. Whatever its motives, the tobacco industry is spending more than ever before and putting its money and its hopes on Republicans. Barry Seraphin, ABC News, Washington.
We were sad today to hear that an old friend and a very enlightened colleague had died last night at 87. 30 years ago, Mal Good was the first black correspondent hired by a television network, which he took very seriously. He worked here at ABC. He covered the civil rights movement, and he covered the world. He was a passionate and honest man whose grandparents had been slaves. He loved his work, and he was never shy to tell people who hassled him on the job that this was now a free country. He taught us a lot. Back in a moment.
Keeping track of just how much of this dreaded government there is.
The federal government is all over my breakfast. The nutrition label required by federal law, policed by the Food and Drug Administration. The milk, the orange juice, checked for purity by the FDA. Like a lot of middle-aged folks, I have to start my day by taking several pills. Every one of them has been tested and approved by the Food and Drug Administration. One of the pills I take is Norvasc for high blood pressure. Much of the basic research on it was done at the National Institutes of Health. Pfizer, the company that makes it, got a federal tax break for its research.
But this is where you really need rain.
I'm flying to New York for a meeting, so I check the weather, courtesy of the 5,000 employees of the National Weather Service. And my monthly cable TV fee is set by the Federal Communications Commission. Time to go. My car is virtually a rolling agency. The pollution control system is required by law, and it added about $1,000 to the price. Seatbelts are a must. The federal government sets standards on everything from the wheels to the bumpers to the windshield wipers. This plane gives a rush hour assist to motorists in my area. TV pictures beamed from the plane tell controllers how to set the stoplights.
Delays back into Virginia already. Nobody on the scene.
The Federal Highway Administration is paying for the plane, one of 300 experimental traffic grants given out to local governments nationwide. Next stop, the bank. My account here is insured up to $100,000 by a federal agency. That's slightly more than I've got in here right now. The Secret Service, which protects the president, also protects me against counterfeiting. Washington's metro, which I can take to the airport, was built with the aid of $7 billion from the U.S. Department of Transportation. Every year, $4 billion goes out for subways, buses, and trains. The 10 o'clock to New York, one way, please. Fly somewhere, and Uncle Sam is at the controls. Airport security has to meet federal standards. The tax on every plane ticket helps pay for airport construction.
Your shuttle 6430, runway 36, cleared for takeoff, line 05.
And the network of controllers who shepherd 60 million flights a year, including the one I'm on.
Insert the flat metal end into the buckle. You may...
Procedures for the crew, the mechanics, and even the passengers are dictated by the government. Well, now that I'm off the plane, maybe I can get away from this federal involvement. No such luck. My cab is rolling over federal highway money. $19 billion poured into cities and states this year. Turkey sandwich. Time for a quick lunch before my meeting. Our company cafeteria is a veritable buffet of federal involvement. The turkey in my sandwich, like all poultry and meat, had to pass inspection. The budget includes heavy subsidies for farmers, $800 million just for rice, $1.7 billion for wheat. Any pesticides or fertilizers that help grow the salad bar fixings had to get a U.S. okay. And the guy tiling the floor, he's covered by OSHA. On the way back, I check in with my office on phones regulated by the FCC. And it's back on the ground in Washington. I'm back home in time to take my dog for a walk in the park, which happens to be a national park. As for the dog, even the shots that he takes are regulated by the federal government. Eric Engberg, CBS News, Potomac, Maryland.
Nice dog. That's part of our world tonight. Don't forget CBS This Morning tomorrow morning. We'll be back tomorrow night with the CBS Evening News. Dan Rather reporting tonight from Los Angeles.
Pete, we're at the Monte Alban housing complex. It's near Story and 101. Now, this is a place where kids couldn't even come out at night because of the gunfire and the drug use and sales and even pressure to join the gang. Police knew about this problem at least 6 months ago, and they called it Operation Reclamation. They said with today's crackdown, they have broken the gang of the Barrio Monte Alban gang. This morning, 135 San Jose police moved in on suspected gang members living at the Monte Alban apartments.
Hands up, let's go, hands up!
This is a police handout of the busts. They served 11 warrants and did parole and probation violation searches at the Center Road complex. This followed a 3-month undercover investigation, prompted by complaints from residents who finally were as fed up as they were frightened. 20 people were arrested, 2 of them juveniles. Police say gang control of this complex has been destroyed.
We have had gang members intimidating the residents, brandishing weapons, striking residents in an attempt to intimidate them so that they can be free to conduct their narcotic sales.
Police confiscated gang paraphernalia, weapons including knives and a .44 Magnum, an old photo album of alleged gang members, some sporting shotguns.
We actually had citizens coming up to us saying, it's about time, thank God you're here, we couldn't wait for this day to happen.
But mostly residents in the 192 apartment complex are afraid to say anything. They're Latino, some Asian, low income. They fear for the children's safety, yes, but they worry about retaliation, so they turn the other cheek. In fact, police say one of the women rounded up today worked for apartment management, but spied for the gang members, fingering residents who complained.
He's not a bad guy.
Mike Rea's cousin, Roberto Martinez, was one of those arrested. He says Martinez is not a bad guy, just tries to protect his family. But Estela Carranza says the gang members cause trouble, and too often the innocent end up paying the price. Police say there are going to probably be more arrests. They also say this is the first of any number of crackdowns where gangs are keeping residents prisoners in their own homes. Now, the people who have been arrested will not be allowed to return to this complex. Interestingly enough, this is a federally subsidized complex, and part of the contract with them is that you cannot live here if you are involved in any gang activity. So that at least is some comfort to the people here tonight. There will be increased police surveillance, and they are hoping finally that they will find some peace, at least increased here in Monte Alban residence. Pete?
All right, Isabel, thank you very much.
The family of Aaron Williams, a man who died in police custody, has filed a wrongful death claim against the city of San Francisco, and their attorney says they hope to file a $10 million federal lawsuit as well. The coroner says Williams died last June because of a self-induced cocaine delirium, but witnesses say police beat him and sprayed him with pepper spray. The family plans to file a federal suit saying police violated Williams's civil rights. A viewing today for a man killed by a San Francisco police officer during a drug bust at an Ingleside playground. 29-year-old William Hankston Jr. was shot in the back of the head. He was unarmed, but an autopsy revealed bags of crack cocaine in his stomach. Nation of Islam leader Louis Farrakhan in San Francisco today commented on the shooting.
And of course, the more we kill each other, the easier it is for others who harbor hatred for us to kill us. But if we, in our unity and strength, accepting some of the responsibility of our own actions, can make a change within ourselves and within our own communities, then we can stop others from killing us once we stop ourselves from killing each other.
It was also learned today that the NAACP was allowed to interview the officer involved before homicide investigators. Chief Rivera says that was not a violation of police policy. Meantime, the investigation into the shooting continues.
The O.J. Simpson case. Prosecutors in that trial are
use public funds, so they had to find private sponsors to try to pick up the tab. One idea? Sell the name of the stick. The city wanted $4 million, but they couldn't find a taker until the 49ers came in the picture. They teamed up with a little-known computer firm called 3Com. Next thing you know, it's 3Com Park. The city gets its money, and the San Francisco 49ers, well, they get their gold, too. About $3 million, according to sources familiar with the deal. That's what 3Com and the 49ers are going to do in joint promotions over the next couple of years. Well, it sounds like a win-win for everybody. The 49ers get their money and the city gets theirs. But this is San Francisco, and already people are questioning whether the city got a good deal. Jim, in a nutshell, there are critics out there that say the 49ers got the best of this deal, that Budweiser or Miller Beer were willing to give $20 million to name the stick. Is this true?
Not true. They were interested, they got information from us, never made an offer.
What if somebody comes in and says, I'll give you $10 million right now? Would we rename the stick again?
Well, that'll have to go to the Rec Park Commission and to the board, but we've been instructed as staff to entertain other offers, negotiate them, and bring a package back later this year.
Well, down here at San Francisco City Hall, people and the politicians in there are understandably nervous about all this, Pete. For one, the public does not like the idea of renaming Candlestick Park, no matter what the cost. For second of all, there's a good chance that all of this might wind up back here at year's end for the decision on the overall deal. That'll open up this whole can of worms, and I don't think they really want to do that in an election year. Pete?
just another can of worms, as you say, Phil, but is any of this got anything to do with the public's anger, that is? Does it have anything to do with the fact that the public had absolutely no say in this renaming?
A lot of that. The bigger question is, why wasn't it put out to competitive bid? Why did this sort of just spring up and say, why didn't we try to get the top dollar than just settling for $4 million? A lot of Monday morning quarterbacking going on this one, and I think somebody's going to get out of their chair and do some knocking before it's over.
Okay, Phil Mateer, thanks a lot.
Should point out some of the public support it.
That's true. All. Well, a lot of the public. And has hinted she might resign. And there is very little work getting done as the legislature battles over money. Channel 7's Eric Thomas joins us live from Sacramento with more on all of this. Eric?
Richard, the legislature is set to adjourn on Friday, but before lawmakers go home, there are two important questions that have to be answered. Will a money battle between the Assembly and the Senate stall action on some important bills until January of next year? And will Assembly Speaker Doris Allen still be in charge when lawmakers adjourn? Only one thing is certain tonight. The controversy swirling around Allen is burning hotter than ever. Doris Allen's brief tenure as Speaker has been marked by partisan bickering, most of it from her own party. Republicans have been critical of her abilities and motives and have launched a recall attempt. Allen has hinted she might step down if she can't raise the money to fight the recall, but the big news this week came when she decided to fight back, caught on audio tape with a statement Republicans are calling a low blow.
Do I let a group of power-mongering men with short penises tell me what to do? You know, I don't know.
Yeah, I just can't imagine anyone
making that kind of a comment. Obviously, it was from an individual that's very frustrated and feels a need to strike out.
But this isn't the only controversy in town. The Assembly and the Senate are engaged in some serious finger-pointing over $1.3 million in operating funds. It's money the Assembly says the Senate stole in some late-night legislative sleight of hand during the budget battle this year.
It's the way it was done, and sort of sneaking around behind everyone's back to accomplish that, and that's what people are upset about.
The Senate says the problem is one of equity. They pay half the bills, but don't get half the money.
All the Assembly members I've spoken with say, we really think your point is correct. You pay 50% of the bills, but you get 41% of the money. Okay, we understand that's unfair. But then they don't have the political ability or will to do what's right.
What do voters think of all this? Well, a new LA Times poll says by 2-to-1 margin, voters say they are angry with their lawmakers for the controversies and the bickering of this year. By the way, the Assembly has broken for the evening. Doris Allen, the Assembly Speaker, told the media she would call a news conference if she had something important to say about her fate today. So far, no news conference. Again, they're set to adjourn on Friday.
Issue extensively. We'll begin with today's political developments from NBC's Brian Williams.
In a room packed with fellow Republicans, the Speaker of the House started the day with a broadside to the Democrats.
I mean, think about a party whose last stand is to frighten 85-year-olds. And you'll understand how totally, morally bankrupt the modern Democratic Party is.
Across town, even though the subject in the Oval Office was foreign policy, the president knew he was under attack domestically and swung back at the Speaker.
I don't want to use a term like morally bankrupt, but I think it is morally questionable, at least, to propose vast Medicare cuts and claim that it's going to the trust fund when they know not one red cent of the money being paid by seniors will go to the trust fund.
With that, the battle is officially underway in Washington fashion, meaning the winner will be the party that can best label the other party cruel to senior citizens.
This is the best program this country's ever put forward for our people, and they're going to decimate it for a tax break for the wealthiest people.
Truth. Medicare is important enough to actually save, not just demagogue.
Republicans say they want $270 billion in Medicare savings over 7 years, some of it through higher premiums, some of it through cheaper managed care. The White House is calling for $124 billion in savings, admitting higher premiums are inevitable, but charging the GOP has no plan to save the Medicare Hospital Trust Fund, doomed to bankruptcy in the year 2002. There's even a fight over who saw the trouble coming first.
For 2 years, I said the Medicare Trust Fund was in trouble, and Mr. Gingrich and others mocked me and denied that it was in trouble.
With the Republicans running Congress, the Democrats are left to criticize, counterpropose, and veto, but both sides know only compromise will really fix Medicare. Brian Williams, NBC News, the White House.
We will have much more on what all this will mean to you. NBC News in depth later on here on NBC Nightly News. Overseas tonight, some very encouraging, likely to affect you. At this hour, workers at this Medicare processing center in downtown Los Angeles, one of 63 around the country, are handling just some of the 3,300,000 claims processed every day. Part of what goes into paying out $724 million a day, every day for Medicare. So what will happen if the Republican reform plan goes through as written? Will those numbers go down? What could that mean to you? We begin our in-depth reporting tonight with NBC's Lisa Myers.
One thing is certain. No matter who you are, the changes in Medicare will have some impact on your life.
It's going to affect the quality of care.
Whether you're low income or affluent.
I'm willing to pay, and people with my means are willing to pay.
Everyone will pay more under the House Republican plan. How much more depends on your income.
It is true. You're going to end up in 2002, if you're a senior citizen, paying a higher premium.
77-year-old Gertrude Fleming, who lives on her $732 a month Social Security check, now pays $46 a month in Medicare premiums. Her premium would go up every year by an average of $7 a month.
I certainly would be buying less food, wouldn't I? There are certain things, your rent and your insurance and your telephone bills, these are constants. You have to pay them.
Here's how it works out. Under current law by the year 2002, Fleming's premium would be up to $61 a month. Under the president's plan, it would be up to $79, and under the Republicans, up to $93. For better-off Americans such as Maury and Bela Abramson, the increase would be much steeper, to as much as $300 a month each by 2002. That's because taxpayers would stop subsidizing premiums for seniors with incomes above $75,000 and couples above $150,000. Abramson says this won't affect him that much, but he won't be able to leave as much money to his children.
I do want to leave them something. I don't want to dissipate all my funds.
Beyond the premium increases, seniors would not face any new added costs, no higher deductible, no added fees for home care or lab tests. But they would get new choices. One choice, a health maintenance organization, HMO.
Without spending any more money than they now spend for their Medicare coverage, they will get total care.
Gertrude Fleming could get rid of all of her out-of-pocket costs and get free prescriptions and eyeglasses. Still, she's not much interested.
I have a rather big suspicion anything that's free.
Besides, she wants to choose her own doctors. The Abramsons could choose a different new option, a private insurance policy with lower premiums and higher out-of-pocket costs. But they, too, are skeptical.
And I want to go to a hospital of my choice. I want a doctor of my choice. And Medicare allows you to do it.
The House Republican plan was drawn up to minimize the political fallout from seniors. So most of the cutbacks are aimed at doctors and hospitals, whose future fees are severely limited.
Care could potentially be compromised, not merely for Medicare beneficiaries, but for everybody who comes to the hospital.
Hospitals claim that as they are forced to reduce costs, cutting nurses, closing departments, the quality of care in this country will suffer, ultimately hurting seniors and everyone else. Lisa Myers, NBC News, Washington.
So how do most Americans feel about all of this? Angry, or are they willing to sacrifice in order to save Medicare, or both? We heard some surprising answers at a series of focus groups put together for the Coalition for Change. It included two generations, those in their 20s, those old enough to be their parents.
How about the people that can afford to pay for health insurance that get it for free from the government? How about the people that have huge retirements?
Like many in the 20-something generation, Allison is angry and frustrated that her tax dollars help finance Medicare, even for well-off older Americans. Lewis, retired now, says that's outrageous.
You're taking a family or a man who's worked hard his entire life to accumulate something, and now that suddenly he's up in age where he's accumulated this amount of money, now you're saying, now you're penalized.
So working hard all your life justifies getting a handout? I plan to work hard all of my life.
Medicare is not a handout.
Handout or helping hand. In these focus groups, we found a surprising willingness to compromise.
You have to be sensitive to the elderly population because you wouldn't want your grandmother, if she wasn't able to pay for health insurance, and let's say she had a stroke, you know, there has to be something for them and for us.
Even higher premiums sounded fair as long as the money is well managed.
Yeah, I would pay more, but I want to see it going to medical. I don't want to see it being wasted on other programs.
If there's a glimmer of hope that I would put it more in and the next generation would, and maybe things get straightened out, I think if we all work together, that's the premise. Sure, I would.
I still have my mother and my mother-in-law and some more family that I know need it, so I would.
I would do it on the premise that terminally ill patients wouldn't suck up hundreds and thousands of dollars. You know, there has to be some sort of cutoff on what care can be given on a Medicare basis.
All of this will be fought out on Capitol Hill in earnest starting on Monday when the committees with jurisdiction over Medicare take up the Republican reform plan. And of course, we will keep you posted. When NBC Nightly News continues, the big federal crackdown on child pornography on computer lines. Why it's not over yet. City bombing case, the judge in that case refused a huge crackdown on child pornography on the computer internet. 12 arrests were made, 125 homes were searched across the country following a 2-year investigation. But are your kids any safer? Here's NBC's Bob Kerr.
Have we created a monster? The anonymous high-tech information highway. More than 7 million Americans subscribe to online services. Today, a warning from the FBI. These services have become one of the main exchanges for child pornography and the place to lure kids into illicit sexual relationships.
Even the most careful parents are frequently not aware of with whom their children communicate over the online services, and may be even less aware of what is being communicated to them.
In June, a Kentucky family was reunited with a daughter who'd been lured online by a California man to join him. Since the disappearance 2 years ago of this 10-year-old Maryland boy, police and FBI agents have been cruising the internet, posing as kids in an effort to catch pedophiles.
This is the downside of cyberspace. It's all shadows and mystery.
Well, I think parents have a responsibility here.
Other online services are abused, but this investigation involves America Online, which cooperated with the FBI.
We have zero tolerance for this kind of behavior. It's not appropriate. It's illegal. We don't want these people on our network.
In court today, among the latest arrests, a 25-year-old Boy Scout advisor in Florida charged with transmitting kiddie porn by computer.
You can literally block it all out.
Parents can block access to some services for their children, but pedophiles circumvent that by posing as kids to contact them. The industry and the Justice Department say they are trying to send a message that abuse won't be tolerated, but both concede they are limited in what they can do. Bob Kerr, NBC News, Washington.
Now to NBC News Online. With everyone trying to cut back on smoking, you might be thinking that Americans are smoking less than Europeans. Well, not quite. A new study says that Greeks are Europe's heaviest smokers. They're averaging almost 3,000 cigarettes every year. Italy consumes far fewer, Norway even less. The United States, well, near the top it turns out, averaging more than 2,500 smokes per person every year. And a moment of silence, please, for the passage in the world of popular literature. Next week, for the first time in 162 weeks, The Bridges of Madison County will not be on the New York Times bestseller list.
It was launched by the shuttle on Monday. It had to be shut down completely on Tuesday because of overheating. Endeavour, by the way, is set to return to Earth next week.
And speaking of being here, reports, immigration officials say they're just doing their job and they intend to keep up the pressure on illegals.
There were fewer day workers gathering on the street waiting for work today. Immigration officials swept through the area last week, rounding up 26 of Alfredo de la Torre's friends and sending them back to Mexico.
In 4 days? In 4 days. You know, then it's too much, you know.
He had a green card. Others who witnessed the operation said immigration officers were abusive.
It's discrimination. This is discrimination, man.
One of the problems is even legal residents with documentation are being caught up in the sweeps. At least one Oakland City Council member thinks the motivation is political.
It's just because the simple fact that I have brown skin and they have the right to stop me and slam me against a car, and until I show my ID, I'll be damned if I think that we can allow some of those things to happen. So in my opinion, it's absolutely connected with Wilson's campaign. It's absolutely connected to generate this type of environment, to use it in the 1996 campaign.
INS Deputy District Director Phil Waters said the operation was not a sweep targeting Oakland, but part of a nationwide effort.
We are now mandated by our own headquarters to increase the number of persons that we pick up and remove from the United States. And that's what we are doing.
Oakland Police Chief Joseph Samuels wanted to assure residents his officers will continue to follow a city policy not to assist in immigration roundups.
If you are not involved in any criminal activity, you have absolutely nothing to fear from Oakland Police Department.
Community leaders say they'll continue to monitor the immigration service, but INS officials say they'll just continue doing their job. In Oakland, Willie Monroe, Channel 7 News.
The cost of security on the presidential campaign trail has Governor Wilson in some hot water tonight. At issue are the CHP plainclothes officers accompanying Wilson on his campaign trips. The CHP now confirms taxpayers are footing the bill. San Francisco Assemblyman John Burton is demanding reimbursement.
Is a political candidate on a political campaigns with nothing to do with the taxpayers' business. Therefore, the taxpayers should not foot the bill any more than they should foot the bill if he and his wife decided to fly to Europe.
The CHP refuses to say how much it is costing taxpayers, saying that revelation would compromise security.
Everybody in the Bay Area knows the famous Casper's hot dogs. It seems
a deadly lesson.
We'll have to drain the pool.
Sharon plays a murderous mistress and schoolteacher who teams up with Isabel Ajani to kill the man who is abusing them both in Diabolique.
All right, enough's enough. Go inside and get dressed. Get ready for your next class.
On the set in Pittsburgh, 37-year-old Sharon invited me into her character's classroom.
If you were to teach a subject, what would it be?
Smooching.
Of course. She is the queen of smooching, as she has said before. And why are you so good, Miss Stone?
You know, I think you have to be committed, focused, disciplined.
You do need to be committed.
Robert De Niro was lucky enough to get a private lesson from the kissing expert on the set of Casino earlier this year. De Niro and Sharon are reported to have a torrid on-screen romance in this upcoming Vegas tale.
The buzz about this movie is just incredible.
I mean, it's unreal. And then to go to work every day and work with Robert De Niro, you know, it's like playing baseball with Willie Mays. You know, it's like being in a band with Louis Armstrong. It's like, it's the tops. You know, it's the Coliseum, it's the tops, it's the Louvre Museum, it's the tops, it's Bob De Niro. It's fantastic.
Sharon not only feels fantastic, she looks it too. Her role in Diabolique puts her in the glamorous costumes she just loves.
And I understand you get to wear fabulous outfits.
It was fun to bust out and to be wearing like bright colors and great suits and high heels and tons of makeup, and it is fun. I haven't done that in a long time.
And yes, Sharon even tried to dress me. She gave me her leopard print sweater after the interview. That's a nice gift. Thanks a lot, Sharon.
I knew I'd seen that somewhere.
So you're not seeing things, exactly.
Clinton and Bob Dole even here in California.
Clinton arriving tomorrow night in California as well. The polls are being much kinder to longtime Wilson rival, Assemblyman Willie Brown. In San Francisco, he tops the field in the race for San Francisco mayor, also making a tireless effort despite lagging standings, Supervisor Angela Alioto. Tonight, we continue our Voice of the Voter profiles of the candidates, starting with News Center 4's Anthony Moore.
This is Willie Lewis Brown, Jr., Democrat, lawyer, San Francisco Assemblyman since 1964, longest-serving Speaker of the State Assembly, 15 years. An African-American from the segregated South who chose not to change his lot through civil disobedience, but through civil power. It began in Mineola, Texas. Born the son of a maid and a railroad porter, raised by his grandmother in a one-room house, Brown says she taught him a valuable lesson.
You're absolutely wasting your time to exhaust yourself in pursuit of something that is not at that time achievable. Continue to participate, and an opportunity will present itself to so achieve.
So Brown earned A's at Mineola Colored High School, hitchhiked to San Francisco, and in a pre-civil rights era, worked his way through SF State and Hastings Law School. He was elected president of his class. City law firms were closed to the young black lawyer, so Brown found what clients he could, small-time criminals, civil rights activists.
They've asked me to represent them, and I see no reason why I shouldn't.
And yet, it was a protest that sparked Brown's long career in politics. In 1961, developers of this San Francisco neighborhood refused to show property to Brown's wife. He organized a demonstration. It gave Brown the necessary exposure to run for an assembly seat.
I've been involved in the protest movement as well as politics for a long time. But let me tell you, I quickly determined that you must, if you have the skills, master the art of the rules and the power in order to really do something about significant change.
The Honorable Willie L. Brown.
Brown proved his mastery when he won the speakership in 1980 with more Republican votes than Democrat. But Brown's detractors say he lost sight of his liberal roots in the pursuit of power. The FBI spent years investigating charges of political corruption, never substantiated. Brown has lobbied for big business, taken money from big tobacco, indulged in expensive tastes.
I think that the so-called flashy side only works when there's substance, and I think I have delivered.
This is true, too. Most recently, Brown has protected from drastic cuts state spending on education and the poor. Now, he says, he's ready to apply his leadership skills to San Francisco's city government.
My interest in power is for public service, quality work for San Francisco, and only that.
In San Francisco, Anthony Moore, News Center 4.
Angela Alioto, lawyer since 1980, elected San Francisco supervisor in 1988. Re-elected 1992, served as board president until 1995. Second vice chair of the California State Democratic Party.
Okay, perfecto. Entonces,
yeah, absolutely. I need your vote. That's right.
Angela Alioto today running for mayor again. I'm Linda Yee. 4 years ago, Alioto failed to make the runoff, and she blames her downfall on unfair reports concerning her personal finances. Alioto's initiation into politics began at an early age when her father, Joe Alioto, was elected mayor in 1968. Alioto admits name recognition helps her get votes.
There's always included in every vote that I ever get the traditional Alioto vote. No question about it. My dad was the greatest mayor the city ever had. And there's always going to be some votes that come to me because of my dad.
But Alioto has strived to put her own mark on the city. In her 6 years as a supervisor, she has become a champion of social issues and an outspoken opponent of Mayor Frank Jordan, especially his Matrix program. And Alioto takes offense at often being branded as a political lightweight.
As president of the Board of Supervisors, I wrote more unanimous pieces of legislation than any president in the history of this city. When I was elected to the presidency, I received more votes than any elected official in the history of this city. I can't explain why anyone would describe me as a lightweight when you have those kind of credentials. Take a look at my record. I'm sure if you look at my record, you'll see that I'll be a great mayor. Okay. My anti-smoking ban is the model used in other cities throughout the nation. My needle exchange legislation saves lives every single day. My medicinal marijuana legislation makes a major statement about how important it is to take care of people that are dying.
But her failure to obey her own laws got her into trouble. In 1993, she sponsored a law requiring San Francisco residents to remove underground oil storage tanks, only to find she was breaking her own law. It took her 4 months to comply. Angela Alioto admits she's got a lot of hurdles to overcome in this upcoming election. And despite her name recognition, she admits she is not a front runner. She didn't even get the 11,000 signatures needed to avoid a filing fee to place her name on the ballot. But Alioto says she's not giving up yet. In San Francisco, Linda Yee, News Center 4.
But the race is indeed far from over. There are more than a dozen forums and debates scheduled around the city between now and Election Day, including a Voice of the Voter debate set for October 27th. We want to hear about the issues that concern you most in this race, so call our Voice of the Voter hotline, 1-800-222-6608. Football and baseball season not over yet, but Gary's talking basketball.
Meet the newest Warrior. Happy to be in Oakland. Sports next.
Said proposed changes in Medicaid would keep 300,000 people out of them and block home health care for 1 million more. Government spending on medical expenses also the topic of tonight's Fleecing of America. It's our regular look at how your tax money can be badly misspent. Tonight, it's inflated Medicare costs. NBC's Lisa Myers.
Surgical tape, adhesive bandages, gauze. They are the most widely used tools in medicine. Through Medicare, taxpayers spend hundreds of millions of dollars a year on them. But a new report found that much of your money, probably hundreds of millions of dollars, is being wasted because of vague billing and grossly inflated prices.
They're overpaying on the order of a third, but the total amount that's being spent, nobody knows. And that, in fact, is part of the problem.
An investigation by the government's General Accounting Office found that Medicare is reimbursing hospitals and nursing homes for supplies at prices as much as 10 times the wholesale price available to big customers. For one surgical gauze pad, Medicare pays $2.32. The wholesale price, 19 cents. Another government agency, the Veterans Administration, pays only 4 cents. Medicare could get a better deal just about anywhere.
This is one of the few times in life when even paying retail would have saved money. Take this basic adhesive tape, drugstore price $1.47. Medicare paid $2.18, or 50% more. Same story with these big Band-Aids. Together, on these two items alone last year, Medicare wasted more than $4 million.
No one knows exactly how much is wasted overall because the billing system is such a mess.
They don't know when they pay a $30,000 bill whether they're paying there for a very expensive heart pacemaker or for a truckload of 75-cent gauze pads.
That's because both are considered supplies and billed under the same code, 270. GAO investigated a month's worth of these claims and found that 61% of the amount paid out by Medicare should never have been paid. One company billed Medicare for 240 yards of tape per patient per day. We decided to find out how 240 yards of tape would look, so we wrapped someone in the type of tape Medicare was billed for and ran out of body after 140 yards.
We're not running Medicare in a way that gets the most for the taxpayers' dollars.
The agency which oversees Medicare said it's not all its fault. Many price formulas are set by law, and the agency has limited power to lower them.
We have some authority. It's very cumbersome. It usually takes us a year to 2 years.
Cutting out all of the waste and fraud would not solve Medicare's financial troubles, but it would mean smaller cost increases for seniors and one less example of the fleecing of America. Lisa Myers, NBC News, Washington.
Have you seen something that you think is an example of the fleecing of America? Let us know. You can email us at fleecing@nbc.com or drop us a line the old-fashioned way at the Fleecing of America, NBC Nightly News, 30 Rockefeller Plaza. Side schools around the flagpole. A very visible demonstration by those who want to make sure that praying in public schools once again becomes an option for all American kids. Can they succeed politically? We begin our in-depth reporting tonight with NBC's Bob Faw.
Organizers stressed that this morning's turnout in every state was strictly voluntary.
Lord, right now we just want to pray.
And that more than 2 million students demonstrated the separation between church and state is not that wide.
The students, number one, are sending a message that their faith is part of their life and is not going to be left when they go to school.
School prayer is back big time in the classroom, before games, white students, black students praying for guidance, help, or merely calm. And federal guidelines issued this summer say public school students can not only pray and read Bibles, they can also say grace in cafeterias and distribute religious literature. Sometimes, though, even guidelines don't help. 10-year-old Joshua Burton is now suing his Orlando, Florida school district, arguing that when he read his Bible quietly before class last year, teachers confiscated it and, he says, humiliated him.
They thought that I had no rights. I felt that I was getting trampled on.
Said Joshua's father, what is this, Iraq?
These children should not have to go to school in fear that they're going to be turned in just because they're reading something that they feel is sacred to them.
And the Christian Coalition insists students are persecuted all the time for their religious beliefs. Listen to Ralph Reed describe a 15-year-old student in Metropolis, Illinois,
who was escorted into a police paddy wagon, handcuffed and threatened with mace because she tried to lead a prayer around the school's flagpole.
Outrageous? Indeed, but visit tiny Metropolis, talk to local officials, and you'll hear Ralph Reed's horror story did not happen.
There was no paddy wagon. There was a police car. There were no handcuffs used, and there was any threat of mace. The so-called Christian Coalition has, in essence, misrepresented the facts.
As for Joshua, the local school board attorney says his allegations are untrue, that Joshua was disrupted. And his principal adds,
students are allowed to bring anything that they wish to read.
Still, in an overheated environment, Joshua has become the poster child of a movement which wants a prayer amendment in the Constitution to protect students from school administrators.
When in doubt, they censor, and that censorship crosses the neutral ground into the hostile ground and violates the Constitution.
Opponents counter that what the Christian Coalition really wants is mandatory school prayer and that the First Amendment already protects students and religious diversity.
I'd much rather trust my religious liberty to Thomas Jefferson and James Madison than to Ralph Reed and Pat Robertson.
So as prayers rang out this morning, it was clear the right to believe is absolute, and that what is still changing is how far students can go to act on those beliefs. Bob Fall, NBC News, Orlando, Florida.
In this debate where both sides have become quite vocal, few Americans are as outspoken on the issue of school prayer as William Murray. Never heard of him? Well, he has a crucial place in the history of this debate, and now he's trying to change that history. William Murray today.
And I believe he was born of a virgin.
William Murray on what he believed 35 years ago.
I was positive that there was no God.
It is this radical transformation which puts Murray at the center of the debate over school prayer.
And I believe he died on the cross of Calvary as a sacrifice for my sin.
Murray is now convinced the Supreme Court's landmark school prayer decision, based on his case, was a sin.
I regret that I was personally involved.
Murray was only 14, an atheist, and the son of an atheist activist, Madalyn Murray O'Hair. Together, they filed a lawsuit against the Baltimore School District. They wanted to stop public schools from sponsoring prayer in the classroom. In 1963, the Supreme Court ruled such prayer violated the First Amendment. Since Jesus came into my heart. Murray says he was an alcoholic and had 3 bad marriages before he discovered God and developed a new point of view.
Prayer should be returned to the public schools.
But on community access TV, Murray's famous mother still fights school prayer.
Remember that religion has caused more misery.
She has disowned her son, refusing even to talk about him.
There is no such thing as separation of church and state. Never existed. It's not in our Constitution.
He's got it all wrong. There's no other way to put it.
Leonard Kirpelman was the lawyer who argued Murray's case before the Supreme Court.
What's the big deal about not waiting till you get home before you practice your religion?
If it is important to the individuals involved to express their religious beliefs at a certain place at a certain time, they should not be prohibited from doing so.
It certainly sounds as if Bill Murray is trying to force his religious beliefs down the throats of people who are not committed to his particular religion.
From his Dallas office, Murray has turned the prayer issue into a career. He writes a newsletter and books on the subject. He's a major force supporting a so-called religious freedom amendment.
If we lose this battle, we could very well lose the heart of America.
Undeterred by his critics, Murray agrees with them on at least one point.
The very concept of religious freedom is at stake here.
Prayer in school, a hot issue around the country today, in depth tonight. When we continue, more trouble for the LAPD. Why is the chief suing the city he works for?
Contains details of freebie trips to Caesar's Palace in Las Vegas, for which the city council has already exonerated him. So his legal action stunned city council members.
I don't think that you can sue the city and serve at the same time. I think he has the choice. Either he leads or he leaves. I would hope he would reconsider.
And though the hotel bills leaked to the paper show that Caesars picked up a $1,500 tab, Williams says it wasn't a free junket because his wife's gambling entitled them to complimentary rooms like other high rollers. But central to all this isn't Williams' side trips to Las Vegas. It is the chief's leadership as an outsider and a minority of a department racked with allegations of racism.
All the negative publicity he is getting, if you track it, it is coming from his own internal family. Racist, white officers who can't stand to have him as chief.
Insiders say that Chief Williams has had enough, that he's suing more for respect and less for the money, that this is his way of signaling his future, that being the top cop here.
Kennedy did not back down from the speculations about his personal life.
This is a press conference about the magazine, but I imagine that personal questions may find their way into it, so I thought maybe we could dispense with some of those right off the bat. So the answers to the most frequently asked personal questions are as follows. Yes, no, we're merely good friends, none of your business, honest, she's my cousin from Rhode Island. I've worn both, maybe someday, but not in New Jersey. Thank you.
Still, the press conference stayed squarely focused on George.
It is entertainment driven. I mean, the calculation that we made is that people first have to be entertained by politics in order to be interested in it.
George's contributors include writer Jim Carroll, actress Julia Roberts, photographer Herb Ritz, and the irrepressible Madonna.
I think it's a good magazine, and I'm a friend of John's, and he asked me to do it.
Well, she's a smart woman. She knows a good marketing opportunity when she sees one.
George's debut has made John Kennedy's image ubiquitous. He even turned up with a member of Dan Quayle's cultural elite.
What the hell is this?
It's a copy of George. It's the new political magazine I'm editing. I had the guys in the art department mock up a cover with you on it. It's pretty great, huh? Ultimately, this magazine is going to stand or fall on whether or not it's a good magazine. And a couple issues on down the line, my last name isn't really going to matter.
And by George, I bet it's a big success. But right now, it's time to forget about politics and get back to the music. Here are four guys.
Coming.
Jennifer Peña is a 7th grader who's attracting a lot of attention, especially in Selena's home state of Texas, because she sings, acts, even looks remarkably like Selena.
I've been singing for 5 years, and even before that, I just didn't have the courage to get up and do it.
What gave you the courage?
Selena's inspiration.
She has been a big influence. But this cute and gifted young star is smart enough, classy enough, and sensitive enough to know she's but a tiny princess next to the late, great queen of Tejano music.
Some people say I'm going to be the next Selena and stuff, but I say Selena's footsteps can never be replaced. So there's never going to be a next Selena. This is para Selena.
But Selena's fans may not take no for an answer. 12-year-old Jennifer Peña may be called on to step up and assume the crown, whether she likes it or not.
You should have seen San Antonio. I was scared. I was like, whoa.
Barely 12 years old, Jennifer is on her first concert tour, and she's already signed a recording contract.
Jennifer's album will be available beginning in November, but stores are already getting HMO.
In Arizona, there are some counties that have 67% of the seniors in an HMO. The reason is they have no deductible, no co-payment, they get their prescription drugs for free, and they get their eyeglasses for free.
Democrats say the Republican plan would mean fewer services because it would restrict the amount of money hospitals, doctors, and labs can charge. Gingrich insists Democrats are overreacting.
They do not like the fact that we are not as fat and sloppy as shoppers as we used to be for the taxpayers.
Although Gingrich's plan is short on numbers, Democrats say we already know the most important numbers. The $270 billion Gingrich hopes to save over 7 years, and the $245 billion Republicans want for tax cuts, some of them for the wealthy.
This is the most massive redistribution of wealth from the middle class to the wealthy in the history of the country. And it's happening without hearings, without discussion, without debate.
Actually, tomorrow, House Republicans will hold their one and only day of hearings on their Medicare plan. It will take place in a comfortable committee room. Meanwhile, Democrats will hold their own hearings out here on the Capitol lawn. Rain is predicted. That's what happens when you lose an election. John Cochran, ABC News, Capitol Hill.
This is Jackie Judd. The idea behind medical savings accounts is to give elderly Americans choices about who insures them and how their money is spent. This is how the accounts work. Medicare recipients who choose so-called MSAs would be entitled to a set amount of money annually. For example, $5,100 next year would go to the insurer of their choice for catastrophic care. What's left after paying the premium could be used to pay for things like routine doctor's visits. One hitch: the deductible on the insurance policy could be up to $10,000.
A medical savings account is a slight risk, and no one should enter into it unless they have the extra savings to cover the difference in their deductible.
Critics say the sickliest, costliest recipients would stay away, putting an even greater burden on the traditional Medicare program.
Over time, Medicare, traditional Medicare, could become a second-class, second-tier healthcare system with second quality care provided to those individuals.
There are incentives to join MSAs. Leftover money could be rolled over into the following year's account, or a portion of it could simply be taxed and withdrawn to be spent on anything the beneficiary would like.
Every senior citizen in Medisave is going to be an agent for frugality and an agent against fraud.
Democrats counter that seniors would deny themselves needed care to conserve money. To a degree, both sides are guessing, so expecting large numbers of senior citizens to venture into the unknown could be a stretch. Jackie Judd, ABC News, Washington.
There is some important medical news today about treating people with heart problems. The government considers the findings so compelling that it has stopped a research project early and issue what is called a clinical alert so doctors can be told immediately. It concerns patients who have heart problems and diabetes. Here's ABC's George Strait.
The alert was rushed to more than 200,000 heart specialists across the country, telling them that bypass surgery is the best treatment for diabetic patients who have blocked arteries in their hearts. It was based on a large study which compared the effectiveness of the two major treatments for clogged heart arteries: bypass surgery and balloon angioplasty, where a tiny balloon is inserted into a blocked artery to unclog it. Researchers found the death rate is almost twice as high for diabetic patients who had angioplasty as those who had bypass surgery. Crucial news for the 7 million diabetics in this country, half of whom will likely develop heart disease.
What we're looking at is the angiogram of a patient with diabetes, and as you can see, the vessels are about half the size of a non-diabetic's vessels.
Because the vessels are so small, they tend to close up within months after angioplasty. Peter Cesario is a diabetic, but was one of the people in the study who had surgery.
I'm glad I had the surgery because, like I said, I haven't had a problem since.
Many doctors prefer angioplasty over surgery because it's less invasive and half the cost. The government hopes its clinical alert will convince heart specialists that when treating patients with diabetes, surgery is the best option. George Strait.
Announced plans to get every California classroom wired to the internet by the end of this school year. News Center 4's Marty Uribes is live at the Exploratorium with more for us. Marty?
Well, Suzanne, Silicon Valley officials from various computer companies, computer students, and the president use the Exploratorium as their high-tech headquarters. They all gathered here today as the president promised to make California a leader in education again, at least a leader in technical education.
And there's different ways to do this.
These San Francisco students proudly showed the president and vice president some of the latest technology they've learned in the classroom.
On the edges of
the demonstration included video teleconferencing from the Exploratorium with students in Ross, allowing the president to interact with those students about their school projects. The demonstration was set up to point out just where California schools are headed under the president's new plan.
By the end of this school year, every school in California, 12,000 of them, will have access to the internet and its vast world of knowledge. By the end of this school year, fully 20% of California's classrooms, 2,500 kindergartens, elementary, middle, and high schools from one end of this state to the other will be connected for computers. Please stand up, all of you.
The president acknowledged Silicon Valley executives that pledged to equipment, expertise, and teacher training for the project that will connect California schools with each other as well as the internet.
Just as the connecting of our classrooms is a model for the 21st century, so is the way we are doing it here today, with government as a catalyst, not a blank check.
Although the San Francisco School District is well on its way onto the information superhighway, some insiders say the reality is getting these companies to do their part is about the only way to meet the president's goal of making technical literacy a standard.
We need new phone lines in order to meet that need, but we're doing the best we can with what we have already in place.
Now, it would cost $100,000 to rewire one high school in San Francisco with phone lines for the internet, and that's enough to keep any school district from jumping on the information superhighway. But with this plan, high-tech experts will assess schools between now and March to determine what is needed to rewire some of the schools. Then on March 9th, volunteers will come in and physically do the work, with the hope that by the end of the school year, the schools will be up on the internet. Suzanne?
Marty, obviously, it's going to take a lot of money for this. Where is it going to come from?
Well, there's a coalition of some of these companies that are coming together and have pledged $15 million for this. Now, many schools already have partnerships with some of the computer companies, and as you know, some of the computer companies have donated computers in some of these schools. And of course, with the help of volunteers on that day on March 9th, this is all supposed to get this in place.
All right, we'll be watching. Thank you, Marty Uribes, reporting live in San Francisco.
One of Governor Pete Wilson's most prominent presidential supporters says he still thinks Wilson would make a great president. But Massachusetts Governor William Weld clearly is not thrilled with Wilson's campaign, which is now focusing on New England and New York. Weld especially laments the departure this week of campaign manager George Gorton.
I thought Gorton was a genius.
So is this bad news for the campaign?
Governor, I'm a fan of Gorton.
Are you discouraged with the way the Wilson campaign is going internally?
Well, I think it's, you know, these are bumps, and people question the decision to get out of Iowa, but I think that was a correct decision, and I think others are going to have to get out of New York. So every day isn't Christmas in this business.
Weld remains the only governor to publicly support Wilson. He is Wilson's New England finance chairman.
A quick look now at some of the other Bay Area stories. Demonstrate power plants in the Bayview Hunters Point area. The protest preceded a meeting of supervisors, which is looking into the high rate of breast and cervical cancer among young African-American women in those neighborhoods. And the federal health people say more than 8 million needles were exchanged last year in programs for drug addicts nationwide, 1.5 million in San Francisco alone. That report comes just 2 days after the National Research Council said needle exchanges can reduce the spread of AIDS without encouraging drug use. San Francisco's program is the largest of the 60 now in effect across the country.
It was a banner day for the Oakland Tribune, thanks to an author known only as the Unabomber. 2 days after the Washington Post published the terrorist third
anywhere, and that makes Hawaiians mad. John Blackstone has our final report.
It is mid-September, but the chilly winds of autumn are unknown here. In Hawaii, the beaches are warm, the water inviting. But there is trouble in paradise, over traffic in paradise. It's no holiday on the highways around Honolulu.
Are you kidding? This is terrible.
Partly to blame is a cross-island freeway where construction is behind schedule, about 25 years behind schedule.
I really can't believe that it's still going on. It just seems impossible.
It was in the 1960s that L.V. Wright started planning the H3, a highway just 16 miles long with a price tag of about $70 million. Now, the little freeway will cost upwards of $1.5 billion. At an estimated $120 million a mile, this will probably end up being the most expensive highway ever built in America, and every taxpayer, both on the island and on the mainland, will pay. This is a federal highway project originally designed in the Vietnam era as a way to move military equipment across this island. The H3 tunnels through mountains and cuts a scar through a lush tropical valley. Environmentalists kept the project tied up in court for years. Finally, Hawaii's influential Senator Daniel Inouye convinced Congress to make the H3 exempt from environmental laws. The highway builders went to work, but then ran into a new problem.
See this one? Looks pecked out.
Pictures in the rocks, remains of an ancient Hawaiian culture.
It hurts me to my heart and my mind that they would do this to ancestral ancient sites.
Native Hawaiians declared the valley sacred and blockaded construction. They were arrested, but the highway will be built around the stone pictures.
Very few cases did the finds of a pile of rocks justify the money that would spend $30–40 billion to change the route of the highway. The valley is culturally relevant. May not be important to others, but I have the DNA of my ancestor.
Many are describing as the trial of the century. For attorneys on both sides of this case, this has been a working Sunday. Diane Dwyer is in our newsroom and she's got details for us. Diane.
Leslie, this is a case with no eyewitnesses and no murder weapon. All the evidence is circumstantial, and legal experts say that makes the closing arguments all the more critical. The Simpson defense attorneys arrived early this morning at their offices in Century City. Both sides worked all day fine-tuning their statements. KTVU legal analyst John Burris says the prosecution has the toughest job because it carries the burden of proof.
On balance, the jurors themselves have to be led down in a way that from a logical point of view, they can see that this evidence is convincing beyond a reasonable doubt. That's a difficult burden for the prosecution in this case because it's not an ordinary citizen they're trying to convict. They're trying to convict a national symbol who's become even a bigger symbol during the course of this trial.
And that's why Burris says the prosecution will likely replay the now infamous 911 tapes.
Okay, what is he? Wait a minute, we're seeing the police. What is he doing? Is he threatening you? I'm fucking going nuts.
The tapes will remind jurors that Simpson had a history of abusing his wife and bolster prosecution arguments that he had a motive. The prosecution will also urge jurors to remember the victims. Remember Nicole Brown Simpson and Ronald Goldman. On the other hand, lead defense attorney Johnny Cochran is expected to return to the themes of his opening statement, delivered 8 long months ago, that O.J. Simpson was framed, set up, and as a result, he too is a victim.
The defense major argument is to create reasonable doubt, to show that the logic of this evidence is unsettled. There's still surrounding mysteries here, and to the extent that there's any evidence of police misconduct, that you cannot send a person to jail for the rest of their life if you think that the police engaged in some nefarious conduct. That's going to be the centerpiece of their case.
Experts say they expect both sides to address several main issues. First, the physical evidence. The prosecution will point to the bloody glove and DNA evidence linking Simpson to the crime scene and to the victims. The defense will say the evidence was so badly contaminated or purposely tainted that the tests are meaningless. The prosecution can provide a very specific minute-by-minute timeline of how Simpson had the opportunity to commit the killings outside Nicole's condominium. The defense, though, can remind jurors of the witnesses who were near the crime scene at the hour in question and saw nothing. The defense will also argue a police conspiracy. It has effectively put the LA Police Department on trial, particularly a key investigator, retired Detective Mark Furman. The prosecution will likely distance itself from Furman and mock the defense team's conspiracy theory. The issue of race has been an underlying factor in this case from the beginning, and the defense is likely to argue racism as a motive for the frame-up. The prosecution contends the defense is using race to distract jurors from the only relevant issue: did Simpson commit the crimes?
They are going to be arguing a mountain of evidence, and we are going to argue that they crushed under an avalanche of contamination and lies.
You have to feel it. You have to care. You have to be passionate. And we are.
Prosecutors were not available for comment today. Both sides have one more day to prepare before closing arguments are scheduled to begin at 9 a.m. Tuesday. The prosecution will address the jury first, followed by the defense, and then the prosecution will be allowed a rebuttal. The closing arguments are expected to take about a week. After that, the case goes to the jury for deliberations. Leslie?
All right, Diane, thank you very much. We will have more on the Simpson case a little bit later in the 10 o'clock news when segment 2 explores the trial's many unsolved mysteries. Police in Miami Beach, Florida are investigating a deadly boating accident tonight involving singing star Gloria Estefan. Investigators say a man on a jet ski slammed into the side of her boat, then was killed in the boat's propellers. Juan Fernandez reports from Miami.
The accident happening in waters behind the Delano Hotel on Collins Avenue and 17th Street on Miami Beach.
About 4 o'clock this afternoon, there was a very serious boating accident offshore from Miami Beach in the Atlantic Ocean. It did involve a vessel, a 33-foot Intrepid.
And on that boat, international recording artist Gloria Estefan and her husband Emilio. Out on their new 33-foot Intrepid when a man and a woman smash into their boat.
This operation is unlawful, and very close operation where you're jumping a wave or a wake right up close to the boat could certainly be reckless and be illegal.
On the personal watercraft, 2 law students on vacation from Washington, D.C. The Florida Marine Patrol saying the Estefans were going about 15 to 25 miles an hour when the personal watercraft rammed into the front of their boat. They say the man and woman ran up underneath the boat and right into the twin engine's 250 horsepower propellers. The 29-year-old man was dead on the scene. The younger woman rushed to South Shore Hospital and treated for minor facial injuries.
It's massive injuries, and I think probably the final blow was suffocate or drowning.
He came with a big crack on his head and a very big hole right here, and I felt sorry for him because he was unconscious, he was dead.
Right now, the Florida Marine Patrol is still in the middle of its investigation. The Estefans boat, as well as the personal watercraft, now in police custody.
Mr. Estefan, who is the operator of the vessel, has been 100% cooperative with the Florida Marine Patrol. There is no indication of any alcohol involvement on his part, and he has voluntarily given us a blood sample to show us that very thing.
Tonight, police identified the man on the jet ski. He was 29-year-old Howard Clark, a law student at Howard University in Washington, D.C. The 2 leading candidates in the San Francisco mayor's race traded barbs today following the release of a new poll that shows them running neck and neck. As we reported last night, the new poll shows Willie Brown holding a narrow lead with little more than 6 weeks to go before the November election. Today, Rob Roth caught up with the 2 front-running candidates, and he files this report.
Willie Brown visited the Olivet Baptist Church in the Bayview District this morning, one of 4 African-American churches he attended today.
I want to make it a user-friendly city. I can only do so with your prayers and then ultimately your votes.
Willie Brown received encouraging news this weekend. The latest San Francisco Examiner poll shows him 1 point ahead of incumbent Frank Jordan in the San Francisco mayor's race, 26% to 25% for Jordan. Former San Francisco Supervisor Roberta Achtenberg received support from 16% of the people polled, and current Supervisor Angela Alioto, 4%. Nearly a fourth of those polled were undecided. If no candidate wins 50% of the vote in November, there will be a runoff in December between the top 2 vote-getters. The Examiner poll showed that Brown would defeat Jordan by 13 points head-to-head. Brown credits meeting voters during the campaign with his success.
I think simply exposure to me. There's so much mystery about me. I'm such a high-profile person, and over the years, I have not taken credit for the things that I've actually done. And most people have not had an occasion to meet me. I've been up there in Sacramento doing the state business and doing things for San Francisco, but never with San Franciscans. And now suddenly they find an actual human being.
Here he is, the 31-year so-called powerful politician in the state of California in the Democratic Party, the highest ranking one. I would think that for someone like me as a citizen mayor who has 3.5 years of working for the people of San Francisco as an elected official, that if his record really was good, he should probably be way, way ahead of me.
Jordan attended the funeral today of businessman Walter Haas. Jordan repeated his attack on Brown as a candidate for special interest groups.
The people have to really see Willie Brown for what he is, that he does have special interests in every corner of whatever you talk about, whether it's in tobacco, whether it's in gambling, whether it's in corporate heads where you deal with construction.
You can attack me. I don't think, however, the public will accept just an attack. You must tie it to some corruption of my public office, and that he has not been able to do, and he won't be able to do it because it doesn't exist.
Brown says he intends to make crime an issue in this campaign. He says he favors more beat cops, more bilingual officers, and fewer officers behind desks. He criticized Jordan, a former police chief, on his handling of the police department.
It has not been treated as if it's a crisis or an emergency. It's been treated rather routinely, and it's been mostly reaction.
Jordan says Brown was not tough on crime while Brown was Speaker of the Assembly.
Use a gun, go to jail, he killed that in committee. Another one where register a sex offender in a neighborhood, he killed that one in committee.
According to the Examiner's pollster, Roberta Achtenberg still has an outside chance of making the runoffs. But she'll have to expand her base, which comes primarily from the gay and lesbian community. If she's unable to do that, a Brown-Jordan runoff is almost a certainty. In San Francisco, Rob Roth for the 10 o'clock news.
Retired General Colin Powell, a man many people would like to see run for president, is due in San Francisco tomorrow to sign copies of his new book. The book is entitled My American Journey, and it has become a nationwide bestseller since its release just 1 week ago. Powell says he won't announce whether he'll run for president until the end of his book signing tour, but others are talking, and today the topic provided ample fodder for guests on the Sunday morning political talk shows.
I think if Colin Powell decided to run, he could get the black vote, the white vote, the Hispanic vote in various proportions. It all depends on what it is that he indicates that he stands for. Whether or not he runs as a Democrat or Republican or an independent or not runs at all is clearly something that only today Colin Powell knows and understands in his heart.
I think it would be a nightmare for Bill Clinton to debate. Can you imagine Colin Powell in uniform debating Bill Clinton on the sick legacy of the 60s and 70s? So I think he'd be a very, very powerful candidate.
General Powell was in Washington last night, where he was honored by the Congressional Black Caucus. He received the group's 1995 Humanitarian Award and made a brief address at the awards dinner.
And the only reason there is for me to continue to do anything in public service or in any other form of service is to give inspiration to new generations of Americans.
Evidence in the case, and we ask, is there evidence of planning? Is there evidence of premeditation in the manner of killing? Is there evidence of preparation for the act of killing? I'll address all these questions right now in the course of the argument, but I can tell you that the answer to these questions is yes. I'll briefly discuss the law with you, and then I'm going to show you how the evidence can be applied to the law to answer all of the questions that, yes, we do have premeditated and deliberate murder. First of all, premeditated. Let me see, I think we have the jury instruction for this. It's the pain here that there is no time requirement. The jury instruction states that the law does not undertake to measure in units of time how long the thoughts of killing were considered before they ripen into something that we call premeditation and deliberation. And the reason for that is very simple, and the law and the jury instruction you have will tell you so. Circumstances vary in each case. Each case is unique, has a unique set of facts, and each defendant is unique and has unique thought processes. And so you cannot say, well, 3 minutes is not enough and 5 minutes is plenty. You can't do that. So it's not the consideration in terms of how much time, because you can premeditate within just a few minutes, even seconds.
This is 8.20.
Thanks, Dana. Here's what I was saying. You'll have this in smaller form, and it won't be highlighted, but you'll have it back in the jury room. This is the area I was directing your attention to. The law does not undertake to measure in units of time the length of the period during which the thought must be pondered before it can ripen into an intent to kill, which is truly deliberate and premeditated. The time will vary with different individuals and under varying circumstances. That's common sense. I mean, you'd think that, wouldn't you? So the true test is not the duration of time, but rather the extent of the reflection. So even if you want to say, for example, that premeditation and deliberation happened in a mere few minutes or seconds, you're going to have to show that during that time there was deliberation. Deliberation is really the issue. What do we mean by that? Under the law, deliberation means that after giving careful thought and consideration, weighing the considerations for and against, the killer decides to and does kill. And that's really what the crux of the matter is in a premeditated and deliberate murder. Can you show that kind of weighing and considering of the consequences? And this is to be contrasted with a second-degree murder. Because in second-degree murder, you have what is known as just a rash impulse. And do we have that?
Feast day of St. Francis of Assisi, patron saint of animals.
If you have minor arthritis pain, then keep your eye.
The slow-speed Odyssey watched round the world. But as far as the jury is concerned, O.J. Simpson's pathetic drive to suicide...
Please think of the real O.J. and not this lost person.
...or his botched run for the border never happened. It was never made part of the evidence by either side.
Everybody was going, well, I don't know what this means. He's running away, but he's driving slow. But he's got his passport, but he's got a suicide note, but he's got a gun, but he didn't shoot himself. I mean, it was just such a mess, nobody wanted to touch it because they were afraid it'd stick to him.
Mr. Douglas, can you retrieve the envelope?
And it seemed everyone also knew of the mystery envelope. Transcripts later revealed it contained a knife police had missed in their search of Simpson's home. But it was not the knife and was ruled irrelevant, not to be seen by the jury. For reasons of legal strategy or rules of law, there was physical evidence the jury never saw, witnesses they never heard from, and some witnesses they did hear who may have had much more to say, but didn't.
She would tell me quite a few times. She used to say that O.J. was going to kill her one day.
She told you this?
She told me that many times.
House guest to the stars Kato Kalin was damning on a tape the jury didn't hear, but tongue-tied in court.
How did they seem to get along?
Okay, good.
Still, his testimony made Simpson unaccounted for at the time of the murders, and prosecutors apparently decided that was good enough.
There's a lady who lives next door.
And remember housekeeper Rosa Lopez, the alibi witness Johnny Cochran promised?
Estaba un carro blanco, bronco.
Her testimony was taped and shelved after she was caught in lies. The jury never saw her.
There's another witness, Mary Ann Gerchis.
Never heard Mary Ann Gerchis and her story of strange men at the murder scene after her felony conviction. Not a word from Lenore Walker, the defense domestic violence expert, who was to say Simpson was not antisocial. No reason given.
Domestic violence, stalking.
Much of the prosecution's domestic violence evidence was rejected by the judge. Nicole Brown's diary detailing their violent relationship, her call to a battered woman's shelter 5 days before the murders saying O.J. was stalking her. Inadmissible, said Judge Ito, because it was hearsay. But it wasn't the prosecution's biggest loss.
The most cataclysmic error and omission is that carpet evidence, those fibers.
The jury also didn't hear that carpet fibers from Simpson's Bronco and those found at the murder scene were a virtual match. Prosecutors had failed to share the findings with the defense, so the evidence was not allowed.
That is almost a forensic smoking gun, and it wasn't there, and the prosecutor and me went, oh, no.
Nor was the defense version of an emotional firestorm.
Beggars. Seriously.
Virtually all of the infamous Furman tapes were kept from the jury, and so, presumably, was the most intriguing piece of evidence.
I did not, could not, and would not have committed this crime.
The testimony of the defendant. He never took the stand. Outside the jury's presence, he exercised his right not to. And his silence before the jury may be the enduring symbol of this case that could ultimately turn on the evidence never heard. For Eye on America, this is Jerry Bowen in Los Angeles.
And that's part of our world tonight. As closing arguments continue into the evening, there will be more about the Simpson case on your...
This issue of demeanor, which it seems to us is totally relevant. For one thing, it totally rebuts this specious theory about any kind of a fuse or any rage that you've seen. We've done that. We've shared that with you already. And in the course of wrapping that up, keep in mind that both Kato Kalin and Alan Park fall into the category of demeanor witnesses who place Mr. Simpson's demeanor as being entirely appropriate. And these are people's witnesses, so it doesn't matter whether we call the witnesses or they do. If you're in a search for truth, you look and see if there's a common thread of truth that runs throughout these witnesses, and I think we found that. Now, one of the things that I wanted to share with you, yesterday, Ms. Clark in our argument tried to indicate something to the fact that Mr. Simpson didn't want Kato Kalin, I believe, to spend time with him or something of that nature, as though he wanted to get rid of Kato Kalin. It was part of her theory there. And I went back and I looked at the testimony at 19854, Ms. Clark herself, when questioning Cato Kalin. When you got to that location, what did you do? When I got to the door, yes, I turned. Okay, what did you see? OJ. And where was he? At the driver's side door of the Rolls. Did you say anything to him? No. What did you do? I looked and said, I'll eat in my room. And then he went off and ate in his room. But there was no, further on it says, did you have any conversation with Mr. Simpson? Answer was no. And he said nothing to you? No. So I think that was important to understand and put that record straight, that there was no discussion about whether Cato would go in the house with Mr. Simpson or whatever. They didn't talk. Cato went back to his room. Simpson was still out at his Bentley, presumably trying to get ready to, go on this trip, which was long planned. There'd been some mention earlier of an argument at a Christmas party. And I wanted to, again, try and set the record straight before we went on with demeanor, because I pulled up Cato Kalin's testimony again. And what he says was that after question, did everybody go home together? Answer, yes. Everybody celebrate Christmas Eve back at home? Answer, at Rockingham, yes. Question, Nicole, OJ, and the kids? Answer, yes. Question, and yourself? Answer, and Arnell and Jason? Question, whole family? Yes. Now, what they do is they tell you, well, there was an argument at the Jenners, and what they don't tell you was, remember the testimony was, they left the Jenners to go back home because it was Christmas Eve, and they all celebrated Christmas Eve together. So you got to have the whole picture, don't you? Don't you think that seems reasonable? And there was some question about the flashlight, and here's what Cato Kalin had to say about that, where he says, then I said, OJ, do we have a better flashlight? And when I told him about the noise, he was going to take one way, I was going to go another way. But that is when I said, we have this lousy flashlight, we need another one. And so he was going to go inside and check. And then they went in the house, he followed behind. And then that's when Mr. Simpson had to then leave for the airport. So I think that, again, I promised you I would always try to read the actual testimony to make it as clear as I could about where we were. A few other housekeeping things before we get directly into the demeanor aspect. Ms. Clark yesterday had made a number of points about phone calls and boards to Paula Barbieri. And you'll recall we saw a number 305, which I think is in the Miami area code. And I think the evidence is that's a cell phone of some kind. And certainly if you call that phone number out here, you can reach people on a cell phone. And I find nothing unusual about that in regards to the calls that were made. There also was some discussion about what Dr. Batten had to say about these cuts or cut on Mr. Simpson's hand. You recall that Brian Kilberg came back down here again, and he asked some questions of Dr. Batten. And I tried to pull up this testimony so I'd have it clear about when Mr. Simpson had gone to the Bronco to get the portable phone, when he went back to the Bronco, apparently to get the paraphernalia in that phone, and try to piece together as to when he got a small cut on his hand, not any large fishhook cut, which I think was clear from the evidence, at what point that he may have bled inside that Bronco and may or may not have known that. And so we read Batten, and this is at page 41182. Question by Mr. Kilberg, I believe. What, if anything, did Mr. Simpson have to say as to the manner when he got the cuts? Answer, that he recalls some blood after trying to retrieve his phone or some material from the Bronco, from a car that he had his phone. I think it was the Bronco, that he'd gone to the Bronco to get something and may have somehow cut himself while getting stuff from the Bronco to bring with him to Chicago. Well, I think that it's important to tie this in with the fact that, remember that Cato Kalin, and I think even Alan Park indicated, that by the time they were there, when Mr. Simpson finally came down the stairs when he left, there were bags already down. Certainly the golf bag and this other bag, there were bags already out there. So he'd been outside in that yard, and apparently, according to Ms. Clark's testimony, had been at some point out to the Bronco, and at some point, he'd gotten this phone, this portable phone. But we know he'd gotten it because he'd made a phone call on that phone by 10 o'clock or by 10:03. Car wasn't moving. This is a portable phone. And remember, I asked Gigi Guerin, were there any portable phones inside that house? The testimony, there were none. So there was no wireless telephone at Rockingham. So I think the testimony is, and the reasonable inference is, that Mr. Simpson made that cell phone from that location to her cell phone number 305, area code. Then, once they left, as I told you, they left with Park, and we know that was around 11:02. So now Mr. Simpson's in the car, and you know how Park describes O.J. Simpson. Nothing out of the ordinary. He says he's hot, but that's nothing unusual. And then Mr. Simpson gets to the airport. You remember those two young men who came in, Michael Norris and Michael Gladden. And these are the two airport couriers who were parked at the curb there, and one of them, Gladden, wanted to get Mr. Simpson's autograph. You'll recall that. And so, even though Mr. Simpson was rushed and trying to get to the plane or whatever, he stopped and he gave his O.J. Simpson Peace to You. That was a signature that he gave at about, I think the testimony was 11:25 that particular night on June 12th. That was a testimony of Gladden. Remember, they described O.J. Simpson as being kind of like a model or some kind of a poster boy for these jeans or whatever he had on. I think the way they described it, they felt that he was dressed very neatly, looked very clean, is the way they described it. And he was very approachable. He put some luggage down and then turned around and forgot about the autograph and then gave the autograph. You recall that. It was very interesting because Ms. Clark said yesterday something to the effect, well, Mr. Simpson didn't put on his socks because he left his socks at home. Now, that was one of the most interesting things she said. You've been in this man's closet. You think that O.J. Simpson has one pair of socks? I don't think so. I think you saw his closet. You saw the clothes, the way they were lined up, and the way they were. In fact, remember, I asked the witness the question. Is it trendy, is it fashionable that a lot of people in that part of town don't wear socks when they get dressed up to go out? Somebody said, yes, that's fashionable, that's what happens. O.J. Simpson has lots of socks. And the evidence is, and it's so interesting, isn't it? Because under the prosecution's theory, if you follow their theory, you're asked to believe that Mr. Simpson is in sweats and tennis shoes, and I presume tennis stocks. That he gets this urge to go and kill his wife, and he takes off his tennis shoes and his tennis socks and puts on some dress socks and dress shoes. That doesn't make any sense, does it? But keeps on his sweat clothes, according to them. That's how preposterous their theory is, to try to make things fit. And you're going to see, you're going to understand that even better when we talk about these socks. So as O.J. Simpson then gets on the plane. And it was interesting because not only did he deal with Norris and Gladden, but he had an interesting man in the first class across from Steve Valerie. You saw Valerie, a young man who, for pretty much most of that flight, watched O.J. Simpson. Mr. Douglas, what's that number, sir? 1245. It just gives you some idea of this plane. We talked earlier about Bingham, and remember Valerie was right across from O.J. Simpson as he sat up there in the fourth seat or something like that. And he watched him and noticed him and described for you Mr. Simpson's demeanor. He looked at O.J. Simpson's hands. That was really one of the important things about it. Because, again, when Miss Clark, who was Dr. Clark in this regard, talked to you about this cut or whatever, she was describing how a little cut wouldn't make this amount of blood, but this larger cut. By all of the witnesses who didn't know each other, O.J. Simpson did not have this fishhook cut on his hand when he went to Chicago. That's unanimous. All the witnesses. You heard them. You saw them. Further, you heard the testimony of Drs. Heisinger and Baden, who said, this is not consistent with a knife cut, it's consistent with some kind of glass cut because it's raggedy, it's jagged. You remember that? You remember the testimony? And we can prove it further by witnesses who saw him before he was in that room in Chicago, and witnesses who saw him after. And we'll talk about that. So on the plane was Bingham, and then we had the pilot on the plane. And the pilot who was flying the plane came back and asked Mr. Simpson to autograph the logbook, which he did, and I think we have a photograph of that. Again, you saw Pilot Stansfield, who described how Mr. Simpson was seated there reading a book, a light shining down on him, not trying to hide from anybody, not anything, sitting there reading his book, looked up, talked to the pilot, and gave his autograph, and they both continued on with their business. Then he gets to Chicago and he lands, and he deals with Jim Merrill, the Hertz driver. You'll recall him. The Hertz driver describes the number of bags that Mr. Simpson has. The luggage, when he arrives, he describes the duffel bag, the black duffel bag, the garment bag with OJS, the golf bag, the Louis Vuitton bag. All those bags are described by Merrill. And then, of course, you remember we talked about the knapsack bag, which we think logically had golf balls in it. It was inside the golf bag. So Merrill watched O.J. in the luggage area meet with some, I think, say 20 different fans while waiting for his luggage. Merrill says he was friendly, relaxed, and he saw no noticeable cuts on his hands. That's what Jim Merrill told us. This was his testimony, so we brought him here from Chicago to testify in that regard. Now I want you to contrast Mr. Simpson's demeanor and behavior after he goes to this hotel room in Chicago. After he learns of his ex-wife's death, everybody is consistent. And again, these witnesses don't know this person. He was emotional, concerned with a cut finger. Dave Kilduff. And Mr. Simpson gets the call. Here's what I want you to think with me for a moment. I want you to look at how he reacts to this information. We've already covered how his daughter describes him. She's never heard him like this before. He immediately gets plane reservations to come back to Los Angeles. He's then trying to get back, frantically trying to leave this hotel. It's early in the morning. He's trying to get back to Los Angeles on the first thing flying. He's trying to get somebody to take him back to the airport. He's there to play in a golf tournament that day. Obviously, that's never going to happen. So we know that Dave Kilduff, the Hertz manager, drove Mr. Simpson to the airport. Remember how he describes? Now, this is the first witness. O.J. Simpson's finger is bleeding. And this fishhook cut, this cut that he got in that room when that broken glass was there. For the prosecutors, again, with a cynical view, say, well, that couldn't have happened. Dr. Batten says that in talking to Mr. Simpson, he got that cut when he brushed this glass into the sink. It's entirely consistent. Doctors deal with cuts, and they said this was consistent with a glass cut. Kilduff says that O.J. Simpson is crying and he's upset. He finally makes the plane, and I think it's important to note that when he makes the plane, he sits next to, I think in seat 9, to a lawyer by the name of Mark Partridge, just fortuitous. And I thought it was very interesting about this man Partridge. Remember, he's the man who was a patent lawyer, who'd gone to Harvard, and he observed O.J. Simpson on this flight back. He saw him make these phone calls. He saw his emotional state. He saw him trying to gather information. He saw his finger. He saw the Band-Aid he'd had that came off. He saw that it was cut. You saw his testimony. These were all citizen timeline witnesses, like you or I, who were brought here pursuant to subpoena. They didn't ask to be here. They didn't volunteer, but they had relevant information about what had taken place and what had happened. So it seems to me that we, in our search for justice, in our journey toward the city of justice, must take these witnesses seriously. But you understand, with the power of the state, the prosecution had an equal access to all these witnesses, but they didn't call them. They didn't call them because they didn't fit. They didn't fit and they didn't want to hear. So the prosecutors decided to attack. And you'll remember how these witnesses generally were treated. I thought Partridge was treated especially bad. Here's a man who was so concerned about no one stealing his notes. He wrote notes about what took place, not to publish them. He's a patent lawyer, so he understood. He put his name on the side in the margin to write down his notes because he knew it would be important. And he said he knew this would be important. And he sent those notes to the prosecution and to the defense. He said, I'm just a witness here. This is what I saw. Can I be of some help? They chose not to call him. They chose to attack him as though he had, like, something to hide. In fact, I remember Ms. Clark standing and saying something to the effect, well, do you know how busy the LAPD was when they didn't have time to respond to you? Well, maybe not. But this was an important witness. That was the only person in the world who sat next to O.J. Simpson on a flight back from Chicago when everything he was doing, continues to do, was consistent with innocence. They didn't want to hear it, but we brought this again for you to hear. And I ask you to judge this witness as you do all the others. You remember Mark Partridge, and I think you will. And remember that it was unfair to attack a witness, a citizen witness, who seemed to be totally objective and careful. Then there was to this day, we don't know. Are those the prints of the real killers? We will never know. They have not found those prints. Anytime he could get O.J. Simpson, he would do it. That's when. It started in '85 when Farrell asked all the officers at West LA, or 10 of them, you know anything about this residence? Only one steps forward. And what does he say? It's indelibly impressed in my mind. That call back in '85, 4 years later, sits down and writes a report. And now, he knew what he was going to do on this particular night. So, O.J. not a suspect, went to save lives. He wanted to get a search warrant. That's why they were lying. Denies the statement to Wax and Fiato. Then, to get that search warrant, he lies to a judge. He says in the search warrant that O.J. left unexpectedly from Chicago. And there's some writing on the search warrant. I think it's in evidence. And it's kind of interesting because everybody knew. Cato knew he was going to Chicago. Everybody knew he was going to Chicago. It wasn't any unexpected trip, but I suppose it would help out. In fact, if you think about it, Ms. Clark said this. Well, that's why those socks were out there and everything, because he left in a hurry. Like he had one pair of socks. We know why those socks were out there. He left unexpectedly to try and justify what they were doing. It all comes back to Furman when he says in that letter, if I see an interracial couple, I'll stop them. If I don't have a reason, I'll make up a reason. This man thinks he's above the law. And even Darden, Mr. Christopher Darden, my Where are these socks? This important piece of evidence. Well, let me show you something. This board here was a board used by Dr. Henry Lee. And this is interesting. Bear with me for a moment as you look at this.
52. Thank you.
In this photograph here, the one on the left, Your Honor, so you notice something. The socks are at the foot of the bed. If you look close at this photograph, you'll see it. There's no little white card there. You notice how they put these little evidence cards there when they're going to collect something. No little white card on this photograph here. And this is interesting because you see these straps on the bed. Now, Looper told us when he testified, these straps were like, he called them some kind of luggage straps. And these luggage straps are down at this point, aren't they? See how they're down? And no evidence card. The socks are there. And we come over to this photograph here. You notice how the strap is now up on the bed. It's no longer hanging down anymore. It's been moved up, and Looper says that's when he looks under this bed and he sees that photograph. By the way, how wrong can they continue to be? That's no wedding photograph. That's a wedding. That's a photograph they took at some formal event. You look at that photograph and see. That's how they speculate, and most times they've been wrong. But this is interesting. The strap is now up on the bed, and you look at the socks. Now it's been posed for you. Here's this number 13 out here with these socks. Now, you look back at that video, and you'll have it. You'll notice that the video has the strap down. So the video is at a time before this card is placed, before the strap is up, before this is about to be collected. Now, isn't that strange? Because at 4:13, there are no socks there. Now, how do we tie all this together? You remember Fung and Mazzola have a log. And on their log, they tell when they collected things. They tell us that they collected the blood in the foyer at 4:30. That they then come upstairs. That they collect. Here it is as we speak. Got to move it over a little bit, Mr. Harris, I think. Now you see this. Well, they collected things sequentially, and they kept this log. And I think that you'll remember the testimony that at 4:30, they collected the blood in the foyer. Remember that? Let me see if I can point that out for us. In foyer, red stain. And there's testimony. They testified at 4:30. 16:30 is 4:30. This is at least 17 minutes after Mr. Ford's up there with that camera where there are no socks, right? So 16:30, right there. They're downstairs. Then they say they go upstairs. They leave this time blank, but at 16:40, they go and they look at this little red spot in the bathroom. Remember that? And they say in their testimony that the socks are collected between 16:30 and 16:40. So that's given them the benefit of the doubt. 16:35. How could the socks be there at 4:35 when you just saw they're not there at 4:13? Who's fooling whom here? Setting this man up, and you can see it with your own eyes. You're not naive. Nobody's foolish here. And then they forget about this little strap exercise. When they're posing stuff here, they move this off the bed, move this under the bed. They're going to make a big thing about this photograph under the bed. And then they put this number down here, and they take these pictures for you later. But they didn't know that we would know or find out about Mr. Ford's video. See, they took that video. You know, we talked about this early on. LAPD should always take videos of everything at that crime scene. They don't do that. But they took this video, not because they wanted to help Mr. Simpson. If anything was missing or got broken, this was a civil liability video. Remember, they was going around taking photographs of things that might be missing or whatever. If there was ever a suit later on. But they got hoisted by their own petard again, because the video has the counter and the number. They will never, ever be able to explain that to you, because we got the testimony in black and white as to when they went upstairs and collected this. Those socks from the beginning have been a thorn, and it's going to bring them down. So those are the socks, these socks. No dirt, no soil, no berries, no trace. Nobody sees any blood until August 4th. And all these miraculous things start happening. And then, Mr. Sheck will talk more about this, then we find out it has EDTA in it. It's a planet along with that back gate. How would it be on there? Why didn't they see the blood before that? There's a big fight here. Where's the dirt? Why would Mr. Simpson have on these kind of socks with the sweat outfit? Wait a minute. Now, you don't have to be like from the fashion police to know that. You don't wear those kind of socks. You wear those kind of socks with a suit. You don't wear those kind of socks with a sweat outfit. Doesn't make sense to you. But those socks were in that hamper from Saturday night when Mr. Simpson went to that formal event. Those kind of socks is what you wear with your tuxedo when he was dressed with those other ladies. If they went and took it out of the hamper and staged it there, then you see what happened. Is that not reasonable under these facts? I think you'll agree it is. the only reasonable explanation. It's posed there, and the reason for doing this is because they were out of place. But isn't that interesting? In the hamper in which Looper went and they all went, they didn't take anything else. You think the police would ask, Mr. Simpson, what were you wearing in addition to the suit? What were you wearing that night? They didn't take one thing. Yet we hear all of this talk about, wonder where the clothes went, wonder where the clothes went. You think Mr. Simpson, who told them everything, who cooperated with them fully, told them like he told them about those shoes, what he was wearing? They didn't bother collecting those, did they? No towels, no nothing. She's worried about him taking this quick shower. If he took a shower, and there's so much blood and he's covered with blood, why didn't they bring the towels in here? Something is wrong in this case. It just doesn't fit. If it doesn't fit, you must acquit. So the socks, I could talk about these socks forever, but I'm not going to because Mr. Scheck will talk about the forensic aspect of it. But let me just remind you of two quick more things. Dr. Herb McDonald came in here and he told you there was no splatter or spatter on these socks. These socks had compression transfer. And used his hands to show you somebody took those socks and they put something on them. And it went all the way through to side 3. Now, with all their experts, bring people back 3, 4 times, they never had anybody to contravene that. How'd that get over to side 3? How'd it get over there? It wouldn't get there if there was a leg in the sock. Anybody explain that? Any of you explain that? Maybe Miss Clark can explain that. The experts can't explain it. Something is wrong. And then finally, the EDTA, which indicates the anticoagulant from a purple top tube. That's where that blood is from. The socks, as you know, is something that one can get emotional about because we've known about these socks for some time. This is, to say the least, disturbing. It's worse than that, though. In my opening statement, I told you about evidence that would be compromised, contaminated, and corrupted. And I told you something then. I said, in this case, there's something even far more sinister. The socks are one example of that. Now, if you want to be fair, decide in this case, you got to deal with these socks. You'll get a chance to see them. Look for the dirt that you expect on them. Look for the spatter that you expect on them. Look and see why it went over to side 3. There's a leg in it. And, you know, isn't it interesting how you get this blood on this sock with your pants? Your pants have to be almost up. This would take a real contortion to do it. There's no way they can explain it. So let's just leave it where it is, and Mr. Scheck will pick up on that. And then we've heard a lot about the so-called blood in the Bronco. Now, I want to tell you I'm not anything like a scientist. In fact, when my mother and my father wanted me to become doctors, I didn't because I wasn't that good in science. So I became a lawyer so I could talk. But let me tell you something. Even I know about amounts of blood, especially after this case. They tell you about all this blood in the Bronco. And you remember one of the early witnesses testified the total amount of blood on this console is 0.07 of a drop of blood. Now that's supposedly a mixture of Goldman and someone else. So now I'm going to do a little Henry Lee experiment, and I hope that it doesn't cause you any problems. Now 0.07 of a drop.
Douglas, you're going to have to take this down.
That is your 0.07 of a drop. Not even that much is the amount, the testimony in this case is, of the alleged blood on that console. Now, this is an amazing thing because you remember this is the vehicle in tradition of everything else they did in this case that's picked up. It's towed away from Rockingham. You've all seen that photograph. It's taken over and ultimately it ends up at Vertel's. Remember Blazzini? William Blazzini. Before we got to Blazzini, we dealt with John Mraz. Mraz says that the vehicle was just open. You could just go get in it. The press was waiting for him before he even drove it back. Everybody knew this was O.J. Simpson's vehicle, and they were all looking in it, supposedly for all this blood that's supposed to be in here. This killer must have been covered in blood. And they say he drove this Bronco, and he got in the, it'd be covered with blood, wouldn't it? Everybody's looking for the blood. So Mraz said he gets inside the car. He didn't see any blood. Mraz said that. They maligned Mraz because Mraz said, yeah, I did take those receipts out of there that had, one had Mr. Simpson's name on it, one had Mrs. Simpson's name on it. But he said he didn't see any blood in there. They never called anybody to contravene that. But we want to make sure you understood what was happening. So we called William Blazzini, the man who works for Pick Your Part as far as vehicles. And he was a pretty good witness, wasn't he? He said, look, this is my business, is looking in cars because I go in and buy them. He says, I got in that car on June 21st. And first of all, it said, I went looking for blood because I'd heard in the news there's going to be lots of blood in this car. So I went and got in the Bronco. It's not secured as usual. Bob Jones said, oh, there it is over there. Go get in it. Now, this is the same vehicle. No holes on it. Could be released to Hertz. LAPD at work. He gets in the car on the driver's side where he stays almost 5 minutes, looking down, looking for blood, looking in the front. And remember, he takes his fingerprints or hands and puts them in the mirrors, kind of like a souvenir, in the right front window of the car. Doesn't see any blood. He looks all over for blood. Then he gets out, walks around, and I guess on the rear panel, because I'll leave him again, puts his fingerprints there again. And he walks around, looks inside the driver's side, looks back, looks all down on the console, looking for blood. He's looking for blood, ladies and gentlemen, on June 21st. Doesn't see any blood. Then he gets in the car. I ask him, did you look on the dash? Did you look on the door? Did you look on the console? Doesn't see any blood. He says that the patch on the bottom was cut out, the floor mat there. Doesn't see any blood. And Miss Clark cross-examined this man. He said, look, Bronco's kind of high up. When I was getting ready to get in there, I rested my hands on the thing, and I looked right up there, and there was no blood in that Bronco. Now, this is very strange, isn't it? Here's the Bronco that has blood that appears, disappears, and then reappears, and then disappears. This is a vehicle that's supposed to be secure, but it's not secure. Everybody gets in it. Mraz got in it, takes stuff out that could have been helpful. We know that there was a receipt in there from Nicole Brown Simpson. There's testimony. She rides and drives that car on occasion. That's forever lost to us because they didn't do their jobs again. Blazzini comes along. There's no blood in there. How do you explain all this when they talk about, they stand up here and talk about an ocean of evidence and, I mean, as I said, it's a little tiny trickle of a stream, if anything. They're just words that they use. So this Bronco is particularly troubling. Gives the blood to Fung, according to what we hear. But Fung then uses some kind of a trash bag, a black trash bag, and gives it to Mazzola, but he doesn't tell her that it's blood. Isn't that bizarre? Remember the video when Mazzola's walking along carrying it, almost bumping into the hedges and the shrubbery? It's the most bizarre thing you've ever seen. She doesn't even know it. And then, talk about cover-ups, Mazzola's asked, well, did you see when Van Adder gave the blood to Fung? And she says, no, I had sat down on the couch and I was closing my eyes in Mr. Simpson's couch at that moment. I wasn't looking at that moment. Sound like a cover-up to you? Always looking the other way, not looking, don't want to be involved, covering for somebody? It's bizarre. Absolutely bizarre, and it's untrue. It doesn't fit. So Van Adder, the man who carries the blood, starts lying in this case from the very, very beginning, trying to cover up for this rush to judgment. Those are words. That's rhetoric. Let me prove it for you. He tells us, and this is a board. The board's entitled Van Adder's Big Lies, the man who carried the blood. He tells us that O.J. Simpson is not a suspect. That's the biggest lie we've heard probably in this entire trial. O.J. Simpson is not a suspect. They handcuff him within 30 to 45 seconds of the time he gets back here. He lies about that. Weitzman succeeds in getting him unhandcuffed, and they take him downtown. But he does more than that. Not only does he lie about that at the beginning, he then feels comfortable enough to talk to these two brothers, the Fiato brothers, and an FBI agent.